स्वागतम सुस्वागतम सुस्वागतम। सर्व मान्यवरांचे आजच्या या कार्यक्रमामध्ये सहर्ष स्वागत। राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिनानिमित्त स्वामी रामानंद तीर्थ मराठवाडा विद्यापीठ नांदेड रसायनशास्त्र संकुल यांच्या वतीने राजीव गांधी सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी कमिशन गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र मुंबई RGSTC नॅशनल काउन्सिल फॉर सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी कम्युनिकेशन गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया न्यू दिल्ली यांच्या आर्थिक सहाय्य निधीतून आजचा राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिन साजरा करण्यात येत आहे। या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्ताने विविध कार्यक्रमाचे आयोजन स्वामी रामानंद तीर्थ मराठवाडा विद्यापीठ परिसरात आभासी पद्धतीने व प्रत्यक्ष रूपी करण्यात आलेले आहे। दिनांक 26 रोजी व्याख्यानमालेचे आयोजन या निमित्ताने केले गेले। पहिले पुष्प 26 तारखेला या कार्यक्रमाचे गुंफल्या गेलेले आहे आणि द्वितीय पुष्प हे एक दिवसीय कार्यशाळेच्या निमित्ताने आज आपण साजरे करीत आहोत। डॉक्टर CV रमन, चंद्रशेखर वेंकट रामन यांच्या शोधाच्या निमित्ताने, रामन इफेक्ट या शोधाच्या निमित्ताने आपण हा राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिन साजरा करीत असतो। 28 फेब्रुवारी हा दिवस सर्व भारतामध्ये राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिन म्हणून साजरा करण्यात येतो। या निमित्ताने आज इंटिग्रेटेड अप्रोचेस इन द डेव्हलपमेंट ऑफ सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी फॉर सस्टेनेबल फ्युचर या विषयावर या एक दिवसीय कार्यशाळेचे आभासी पद्धतीने आयोजन करण्यात आलेले आहे। या समारंभासाठी आपणास लाभलेले आपल्या विद्यापीठाचे कुलगुरू डॉक्टर उद्धव भोसले सर यांनी आपली उपस्थिती नोंदविलेली आहे। या कार्यक्रमाच्या अध्यक्षस्थानी त्यांनी आपली विनंती स्वीकारून अध्यक्षस्थान स्वीकारले आहे, त्याबद्दल मी सरांचे आभार मानून स्वागत करते। त्याचप्रमाणे या कार्यक्रमाचे प्रमुख अतिथी, चीफ गेस्ट आणि उद्घाटक प्रोफेसर BM नाईक सर, फाउंडर प्रिन्सिपल SGGS&T श्री गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजिनिअरिंग नांदेड या संस्थेचे प्रथम प्राचार्य म्हणून आज त्यांनी कार्य केलेले आहेत आणि आपले भाग्य आहे की गुरु शिष्य परंपरेमध्ये आजचा हा कार्यक्रम अध्यक्ष आणि प्रमुख पाहुणे यांच्या उपस्थितीत साजरा होत आहे। मी सरांचे विद्यापीठाच्या वतीने मनपूर्वक स्वागत करते। सर नमस्कार आणि सहर्ष स्वागत। या कार्यक्रमासाठी मार्गदर्शक म्हणून लाभलेले आपल्या विद्यापीठातील विज्ञान व तंत्रज्ञान विषयाचे अधिष्ठाता प्रोफेसर LM वाघमारे सर, तसेच IIL चे संचालक प्रोफेसर राजाराम माने सर आणि या आयोजक संकुलाचे संचालक प्रोफेसर संतोष देवसरकर सर, या सर्वांचे मी स्वागत करते। आयोजन समितीतील विविध संकुलाचे संचालक, प्राध्यापक व विद्यार्थी यांच्या सहर्ष स्वागताने आपण कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करत आहोत। आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्ताने प्रथमतः प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर CV रमन यांच्या प्रतिमेस शब्दरूपी अभिवादन करून मी कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करीत आहे। विज्ञानाचा प्रकाश सर्वत्र झगझगत राहावा यासाठी आभासी पद्धतीने दीप प्रज्वलन करण्यात येत आहे। मी मान्यवरांना अशी विनंती करते की आपण या निमित्ताने कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करूया। आशिष। सुस्वागतम सुस्वागतम सुस्वागतम। माननीय कुलगुरू डॉक्टर उद्धव भोसले सर यांच्या अध्यक्षतेखाली आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात झालेली आहे. या कार्यक्रमाच्या रूपरेषेनुसार मी आजचे प्रमुख पाहुणे यांचा परिचय करून देण्यासाठी आपल्या विद्यापीठातील विज्ञान व तंत्रज्ञान विभागाच्या अधिष्ठाता डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर एल.एम. वाघमारे सर यांना विनंती करते की आपले प्रमुख अतिथी प्रोफेसर बी.एम. नाईक सर, फाउंडर प्रिन्सिपल ऑफ SDGS अँटी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजिनिअरिंग यांचा थोडक्यात परिचय सर्वांना करून द्यावा. तो आपल्या कार्याने परिचित आहेत, मात्र शब्दरूपी परिचय करून देण्यासाठी मी सरांना विनंती करते.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर. आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर उद्धव भोसले सर, व्हाईस चान्सलर ऑफ स्वामी रामानंद तीर्थ मराठवाडा युनिव्हर्सिटी नांदेड, तसे ज्यांच्या छत्रछायेखाली आम्ही वाढलो, असे प्रोफेसर बी.एम. नाईक सर. माझं सौभाग्य आहे की मला आज एक संधी मिळाली सरांना इंटरव्ह्यूचं सर्वांसमोर. प्रोफेसर बी.एम. नाईक सर, he is the founder principal of the College of Engineering and Technology. Now it is called as SDGS Institute of Engineering Technology after becoming an autonomous institute. To be autonomous institute was a dream of Professor B.M. Naik. He is also known as institutional builder who built this institute in a class manner. He is also a mentor of many colleges and universities. He has published many books and more than 100 articles on management, education systems, and research. What I can say that the research paths and research technologies like that. I personally have experienced Professor B.M. Naik, getting introduction theoretically of Professor B.M. Naik. Not good. Experiencing Professor B.M. Naik gives an details about him. He believes in the fact that the institutions are built not by the walls, buildings, but institutions are built by the human resource. So he has brought the institute, SDGS Institute of Engineering and Technology, to this level by placing this concept of human resource development in place. He created ecosystem for development for research in the institute. He has established links with the very renowned institute in the country, not only in the country, but outside the country also. For that purpose, he visited many foreign universities to study their education system and bring good things in our system. I am personally expressing today that his thought in 1983-84 are taking shape today. Many of them are reflected in NEP 2020. See, we can imagine about his thoughts. 1983-84 ला जे नाईक सर बोलत होते ते आज प्रत्यक्षात NEPच्या रूपाने बऱ्यापैकी एक चांगला स्टेप घेत आहेत. नाईक सरांचं जे विजन होतं SDGS इन्स्टिट्यूटला एका पर्टिक्युलर लेवलला न्यायचं, ऑटोनॉमस करायचं, द विजन वॉज इन 1982-83 in that duration. Now it is in place and institute is well-known autonomous institute. He always conveys to the different colleges. He always endorses to the different colleges to have incubation centers, technology park, research park, patent, IPR center, innovation center, many more things. He believes that this kind of concept in an institution campus increases the creativity, innovation, attitude, and helps to build the students, which will help to build the students so that the students will take country to the greater height. Introducing Professor B.M. Naik in a short span of time, in few minutes, is a difficult task, but I tried to do the best way I can do it. I really express my sincere thanks to Madam for giving me an opportunity to introduce our godfather, Professor B.M. Naik. Also, I express my sincere wishes on the eve of National Science Day. Thank you very much. Madam.
Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure and it's our pleasure of honor that Professor B.M. Naik sir is with us. I request Professor B.M. Naik sir to present his view, and before that, because of time span, our program is pre-scheduled. So I request Professor B.M. Naik sir to inaugurate the workshop virtually. सरांना मी अशी विनंती करते की सरांनी वर्कशॉप कार्यशाळेचं उद्घाटन झालं असं वाक्य बोलून हे उद्घाटन झालं असं जाहीर करावं. त्यानंतर PPT प्रेझेंटेशन त्यानंतर होईल. मात्र व्हर्च्युअली कार्यक्रम असल्यामुळे मी सरांना अशी विनंती करते की त्यांनी या एक दिवसीय कार्यशाळेचं उद्घाटन झालं असं जाहीर करावं. नाईक सरांना मी मोबाईलचं म्यूट काढण्यास विनंती करते.
सर अनम्यूट करा.
अनम्यूट युअर डिव्हाइस.
हां प्लीज सर.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of Swami Ramanand Tirth, Marathwada University, Nanded, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle, Mr. Dr. L.M. Wagmare, Dean of Science and Technology in the University, Pro Vice Chancellor, Mr. Joginder Singh, distinguished guests, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure to declare that this one-day workshop on science and technology is open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure that the one-day workshop is inaugurated at the auspicious hands of Professor B.M. Naik, sir. रामन परिणाम हा सर्वांनाच माहिती आहे. रामन परिणाम या निमित्तानेच या शोधाच्या निमित्तानेच आपण राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिन साजरा करत असतो. प्रकाशाच्या किरणांमध्ये वातावरणातील विविध कणांमुळे किंवा मूलद्रव्यांमुळे प्रकाशाच्या तरंग लांबीमध्ये बदल होतो. जेव्हा प्रकाशाचे किरण कणरहित पारदर्शक रासायनिक मूलद्रव्यामधून प्रवास करतो त्यावेळी प्रकाश किरणांच्या दिशांमध्ये बदल होतो. त्यातील अधिक प्रमाणातील प्रकाशाची तरंग लांबी बदलत नाही. त्यातील काही किरणांची तरंग लांबी मूळ प्रकाश किरणापेक्षा वेगळी असते. याला रामन परिणाम, रमन इफेक्ट या नावाने आपण ओळखतो. प्रकाश किरण अत्यंत सूक्ष्म कणावर पडल्यानंतर सर्व दिशांना विखुरतो. याला प्रकाशाचे विकिरण असे म्हणतात. आकाश निळे दिसण्याचा संबंध सूर्याचा प्रकाश पृथ्वीच्या वातावरणातून प्रवास करताना होणाऱ्या विकिरणाशी आहे. सर्वात कमी तरंग लांबी असणाऱ्या निळ्या रंगाचे जास्त प्रमाणात विकिरण तयार होतात. विकिरण झालेला प्रकाश आपल्या डोळ्यांनी दिसल्याने आकाश निळे भासते. पूर्वी असे मानले जाई की आकाशाच्या निळ्या रंगाच्या परावर्तनामुळे समुद्राचे पाणी निळे दिसते. यावरही रामन यांनी पाणी आणि बर्फापासून होणाऱ्या प्रकाशाच्या विकिरणांचा अभ्यास करत समुद्राच्या निळाईचे कारण प्रकाशाच्या पाण्याच्या रेणूमुळे होणारे विकिरणच असल्याचे दाखवून दिले. या संशोधनानंतर प्रकाशाच्या विकिरणाच्या आण्विक प्रक्रियेसंबंधी रचनेविषयी भांडार खुले झाले. रासायनिक संयुगाची रचना ठरविण्यामध्ये रामन परिणामाची मोलाची मदत झाली. 2000पेक्षा अधिक रासायनिक संयुगांची रचना निश्चित करणे शक्य झाले. पुढे लेसर किरणांचा यातून शोध लागला. 2 वर्षात झालेली 10,000पेक्षा अधिक संशोधने रामन परिणामावर अवलंबून होती. आपल्या रोजच्या जीवनातही सिग्नलच्या दिव्यांचे रंगासारखा अनेक बाबी या प्रकाश विकिरणानुसार ठरलेल्या असतात. आणि हा शोध किती महत्त्वाचा आहे आणि किती उपयोगी आहे हे यावरून सिद्ध होते. म्हणूनच या शोधाच्या निमित्ताने आपण हा राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिन साजरा करत असतो. सर्व भारतीयांना, आम्हाला सर्व जगातील शास्त्रज्ञांना या अभ्यासाची सुवर्ण संधी पुढच्या दृष्टीने करण्यासाठी लाभलेलीच आहे. अनेक विषयाशी संबंधित हा विषय असला तरी इंटिग्रेटेड अप्रोचेस ऑफ सायन्स अँड टेक्नॉलॉजी हा विषय कार्यशाळेचा असल्यामुळे आजचे बीजभाषक, कीनोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर BM नाईक सर आपल्या या विषयावर बोलणार आहेत आणि आपल्या भाषणामध्ये, आपल्या महत्त्वपूर्ण अभ्यासपूर्ण भाषणामध्ये ते मराठवाडा विभागातील हाऊ टू फॉस्टर द डेव्हलपमेंट ऑफ मराठवाडा रिजन यावर असाच एक प्रकाश किरण टाकणार आहेत. प्रकाश किरणातील हा किरण देखील आम्हा सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांना, मराठवाड्यातील जनतेंना, महाराष्ट्रातील प्रशासक, सर्व औद्योगिक क्षेत्रातील लोक, संशोधक, जनता या सर्वांनाच प्रकाशमय करणारा ठरेल याबद्दल मला खात्री आहे. 2 मिनिटांनंतरच आपण सरांचं बीजभाषक ऐकूयात. कीनोट ॲड्रेस फ्रॉम प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर BM नाईक सर. आशिष. रिस्पेक्टेड प्रोफेसर BM नाईक सर यांना मी अशी विनंती करते की त्यांनी आपले बीज भाषण या PPTच्या माध्यमातून सुरुवात करावी. I request respected Professor BM Naik sir to present his views on the topic integrated approaches to science and technology for faster Marathwada development.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle, Dean of Science and Technology, Dr. L.M. Wagmare, distinguished professors of this college, dear student friends, ladies and gentlemen. I feel greatly honored for being invited to deliver a keynote speech on the occasion of this Science Day being celebrated in the university. I thank the university authorities and especially the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle and Sangeeta Makone. Well, friends, integrated approach to science and technology for faster Marathwada development is the theme of my speech. The word integrated approach is important. Science and technology is important, and faster Marathwada development. Integrated approach is to integrate various sciences, to integrate various technologies, to integrate basic sciences like physics, chemistry, biology, etc., and to integrate the industry in particular, how the industry will benefit from the science and technology is very, very important point. Faster, there are approaches which can give faster growth and there are approaches which can give slower growth. But to get a faster growth is always desirable. And to get the faster growth for Marathwada people and Marathwada development, no doubt it is necessary to resort to the science and technology. World experience indicates to us that nations which adopted to science and technology growth, they have become developed, better developed, and are again further developing. Marathwada, if at all it has to grow, it will grow only if the universities and colleges keep in center the research, innovation in universities and colleges. They play a key role in creating scientific culture, technological capability, and frontline technology. इसी scientific culture म्हणजे हा लोकांच्या जीवनाचा एक अविभाज्य भाग झाला पाहिजे. Every action, every profession, every vocation should have a scientific approach. And then technological capability of the people is very important. The people should have the knowledge and people should have the skills to use the science and technology. Now, if they have to use science and technology, see, are they using the old technologies or they are using the sunrise technologies? Frontline technologies is very important. Now, frontline technologies do not come from the air. They need to be developed in the laboratories. They need to be developed in collaboration with the industry, in collaboration with the people in the university and the students. All these things, they provide a great energy. The energy for economic and industrial development for Marathwada will come only from science and technology. See, if we look to the today's university system, we noticed that in 1947, India had just a few universities. And today, the universities number has crossed more than 1,000. And the standard of the universities have substantially grown to a very great extent. Although in 75 years, the standard has grown substantially, yet we are far too behind the developed world. We are not yet in line. Our universities, you all know, that do not stand high in the world ranking. And our students, good students, are migrating to, are going for education to countries like USA, UK, Australia, New Zealand, even smaller countries also. They are going Ukraine also, and many students due to Ukraine trouble have returned to India yesterday and day before. See, the universities, have got to grow in developing the frontline technologies, and they should work hand in hand with the industry. They should not work in isolation. They should not have standalone strategies to work. And therefore, this is very, very important point, that integrated approach, industry and university have to synergize. They have to get into win-win game. From their collaboration, not only university has to gain, not only the industry has to gain, but both of them have to gain, and then only the science and technology grows to a greater extent. Yeah, next slide, please. Universities and its colleges are full of creative people. Universities and colleges are full of creative people. The challenge is to promote their creativity and develop a culture of innovation and startups. Nations, regions are competitive, which are innovative. Nations which are regions are less competitive, they are less innovative, and they are growing slower. For faster growth of Marathwada, our universities and colleges have to be more innovative and giving birth to more number of high-tech startups. Develop a culture of innovation and startups. What is the startups? Now the present government is giving a big thrust to startups. And the Prime Minister has been declaring that India has become a land of startups. Maximum number in the world has come from, startups have come from India. And this is a very good sign. Now, my point in discussing today is that whether our universities in Marathwada, Swami Ramanand Tirth University, does it create the startups, and how it will go ahead with creating the startups. It has no background earlier. It was not the vision of the colleges and universities earlier to, now they are seeing beyond education. They are seeing to innovation. They are considering corporate development. They are thinking that science and technology should be applied, should be utilized. What is innovation and what is research? We have got to make a distinction. They are not the words for the same thing. Research is developing something new, and innovation is making use of the developed things from research. And it is a process innovation, it is a product innovation. That means the quality, it means the price of the products and processes have got to come down, and when it comes down, it is known as innovation. Nations and regions, you see, if we look to the nations and regions, America has developed, England has developed, Germany has developed, Japan has developed only on the strength of science and technology and research and innovation. Research is the seed corn for the benefits. And our universities are now making a beginning to start research, and then it will give the benefits, lot of benefits to the university, to the Marathwada region. I will give you the example. You see, I visited Stanford University in United States of America. I have visited Toronto University in Canada. I have visited MIT in USA. These universities are not doing only education. These universities are primarily research universities. They are doing research, and education can be said to be a byproduct of research. And it is said that that institution where research is absent, the education is not very much worthwhile. This University of Stanford and Toronto, I will give a little detailed background. University of Stanford has developed many startups and is developing many startups. It has given birth to more than 3,000 startups. The Silicon Valley, the development of the California region, is because of the Stanford University. It is not the government which has pumped money into development of Silicon Valley. It is the research findings which have come from the university and gone into the Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is giving birth to many newer products and newer processes, not only to the United States of America, but to the entire world. It is a very prominent university. It has a big research park. And in the research park, you know, in this university, this innovation and technology transfer is done to all the startups. These startups take technology from the university and they give a royalty. They make an agreement with the university, and 2%, 3%, whatever is the agreement royalty, from the profit, 3% of the profit will go to the university. And this university receives a lot of money from the startups. And this money which comes from the startups is further deployed into the research in the university. And it is deployed for innovation, it is deployed for the growth of a research park and giving scholarships to the students. See, the Toronto University has also a big research park. And this research park is known as MARS. The name of MARS means Medical and Research Sciences. It is the integrated research park. It is not only an engineering research park. It is not only a one faculty research park. There are many medical and related sciences. MARS stands for Medical and Related Sciences Research Park. How many professors, how many PhDs are working in this research park? I discussed with this person who started this research park. The name of that gentleman is Professor Evans. When I went there, he was 80 years of age. And it was the lifetime mission of this. He started his research park from one building, and today there are 17 buildings in the university for the research park. This is very, very important. See, then I will give you the example from Germany. In Germany, I went to Strasbourg University. It is near Hamburg and near Hamburg. This is a relatively backward area. For the development of the backward area, the government of Germany have set up this Harburg University. That was the main mission. When I went there, this university was about 10-15 years old at that time. The first people who started this university told me that this university, was started with the intention to develop the region. And so they started a research park right on the day one. They started an incubation center right on the day one. And what did they do? For developing the various branches like physics, chemistry, engineering, medical, and so on, they invited 20 professors from world best universities. And 20 professors were the mentors to the 20 departments in the university. Now, this achieved a faster growth of the university, not only faster growth of the university, but faster growth of the backward region, for the development of which this Harburg University was started. You see, the important point for Marathwada is, if the universities grow faster, then Marathwada will develop faster. If the universities and colleges grow slower, then the Marathwada region will go slower. Investment, where do you invest? In this science and technology, it has to be integrated with the growth, with the economy of the region. Now, next, please. Can I have, Now, I will show you the relatively Marathwada is behind the rest of Maharashtra. This is a known fact. There is nothing new in this. Marathwada does not have a single CSIR laboratory. The whole region of so many districts, there is no Council of Scientific and Industrial Research Laboratory. Per capita income of people in Marathwada is less than Western Maharashtra. More people below poverty line. Unemployment is more. There are more people who are unemployed, and those who are employed, they also get lower wages. Industrial development in Marathwada is far too less. There is almost no export. When software is booming in the world, and software from Pune, Bombay area is going in the small lanes, but in Marathwada, it is far too less. Graduates from the university, graduates from the colleges are migrating. They do not get job opportunities in Marathwada. R&D centers of industries are almost absent. There are the companies have R&D centers elsewhere in Bombay, Pune, Delhi, etc., and they have only production centers in Marathwada. On the whole, what I mean to say is the science and technology content in the Marathwada is far too less. And it is because of the less science and technology content that the region is less developed. Professions and vocations are using low-level technology, so their productivity is less. When productivity is less, profitability is also less. They are a small. Now, let me tell you the case of DMIC project. Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor project is being implemented. Now, this project is in Aurangabad. And you see, a lot of investments have come in thousands and thousands of crores of rupees for land acquisition, for construction of roads, for electricity, for water supply, but no investment has come in strengthening research, in strengthening innovation, and in strengthening universities and colleges. The investment of the regional development is not integrated. Science and technology, universities and colleges are not integrated with DMIC project. And so what happens, one day there was a meeting in Aurangabad and our Maharashtra minister, Honorable Subhash Desai was here. I happened to attend this meeting. He was worried that there are no local entrepreneurs. DMIC does not have local entrepreneurs. I told him, now if our local entrepreneurs, how will they come? If you don't invest in innovation, if you don't invest in research, how will the DMIC get local entrepreneurs? They can get local entrepreneurs only when these colleges are strengthened, the universities are strengthened, then only the entrepreneurs and local people competency will increase. Yeah, next please. India has adopted policies. What policies it has adopted? It has adopted the policy of Jai Vigyan. It has adopted the policy of Make in India. It has adopted the policy of Atmanirbhar Bharat, very important. And now promoting startups to build scientific and technology capability of the people. The defense minister has announced that 70% of the defense equipment budget will go to Make in India. It is an opportunity for universities, higher education institutes to jump into this and understand what does the defense equipment required. How can we cope with this? Well, friends, how can our youth draw benefit from such government project is very important. The government projects are the engines of growth, government projects, and we must join these engines of growth. Make universities and colleges innovative, creative, enterprising, globally competent. You see, you have to be globally competent. There is no purpose in remaining mediocre. You do not make a mark on local economy if you are not globally competent, because the world is flat. It is said a flat world means anything from anywhere can come and go to any other. Can our universities and colleges propel, give a thrust to the industrial and economic growth of the Marathwada region? We have to examine and keep this point in focus. Launch integrated projects. Very important suggestion. Innovation center. Every university and every college should have an innovation center. Technology incubator. You see, you are behind the world if you do not have these things. And it is no good to remain behind the world. It is no good to keep our young generation behind the world. Boys are migrating, going to USA, going to other countries in search of new knowledge. Don't want to waste their time into, and they are rejecting our good institutions, although they are good, but in terms of the findings of, in terms of research, they are behind. Patents and intellectual property rights. Intellectual property right is far too less. Research parks are almost absent, and innovators have no jobs in Marathwada region. Observations from elsewhere in the world indicate that government policies and projects are the engines of growth. This is a very important statement. And therefore, universities and colleges must integrate themselves with the government policies, and they should not remain isolation from the government policies and projects. And what the India government is declaring, I will tell you one story here. In my colony, I have two families. I will give you this story example. It is a real life example. The strategy of one family. This one family, the head of the family is a rickshaw driver. He is a rickshaw driver, he drives a rickshaw, and he lives in a rented house. All his life, he has lived in a rented house. But what he did, his policy, growth strategies for his children, he has two sons. He invested all his money into education of his two sons. And one son has become a doctor and the other son has become an engineer. And today, this gentleman who lived lifelong into a rented house, his two sons have built two bungalows, and now he has moved recently into these two bungalows. The other family, the head of the family was working in a state transport office. He was in the clerical category. He built a good house in our colony. He invested lakhs of rupees in purchasing the plot and in building a building. And then the two children naturally, see, in education, they could not go beyond matriculation. Now, one of the two, he has become, after the father's retirement from ST, he has become a conductor into ST. The second boy is still searching a job. See, the strategy of growth is very important. This family, which has invested in education, has a better future than the other family which has not invested in education but invested in buildings, has invested in other facilities for the life. And therefore, likewise for Marathwada, it is my firm contention that, you see, roads are necessary, electricity is necessary, all things are necessary, but these are the strategies. And we must have we have to have the growth strategies through science and technology. If we do not give a big investment in research and development, if we do not make innovation, if we do not have in the university research parks and incubators, you see, the growth of Marathwada will be slower. The growth will be there, but it will be relatively slower. The growth will be faster only if we invest in science and technology and what it requires. Yeah, may I have the next slide, please? See, world experience is very important. We have to learn not only from our experience, but we have to learn from the experience of the world. High-end research, not simple research, but advanced research, is vital for economic and industrial development. We must develop advanced research laboratories and create facilities for advanced research. See, technology in university matters most. Nations and regions which are advanced in science and technology. Experience of Stanford University, Toronto University is an example. And many universities, I had been to Berlin University. Berlin University, you know, see, in 1945, When the Second World War was over, at that time, the Germany was divided into two parts, East Germany and West Germany. In Berlin, there was a university, Alexander Humboldt. This university went to East Germany, and the West Germany was left without any university. So this university they developed newly. And again, for the development of this university, they invited a number of mentors, experts, professors from not only in European countries, but even from Japan, even from Singapore and America. They invited, and the university was developed to a very good extent. Today, it has a big facility. When I went there, I could see that this university's life and the achievement level is much, much higher. Availability of natural resources like land, minerals, water are important. There is no doubt about it. But scientific capability and technological capability of the people matter most. Budget of R&D in any university, like in foreign universities, has to be more than the other parts. The budget for research has to be more. It is believed in general that where there is no research, there is no worthwhile education also. And from this point of view, that was a report, a Bush Commission report. He was a different Bush, and this Bush Commission report, they are following even today in America and several other developed and developing countries, that they have given investment priority to research and development. Is very, very important. The world experience says, that our colleges and our universities, if the younger generation has to become better in future, then there is no other goal than to develop the other things, but the universities and colleges. Yeah, next. Yeah, may I have the, yes. Now we come to the conclusion part. Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University must make now a jump start in high-end research, in advanced research. It must make a jump start in innovation and giving birth to startups. This is also prescribed by NEP 2020. We have to take a lesson, we have to give emphasis, we have to insist on the government that by investing on research and innovation, you stand to gain, you stand to lose. You have the brilliant people in universities and colleges, but brilliant people need brilliant projects and some money. But if this money is not forthcoming from the government, then how can the university do research and do innovation and give birth to the startups? Government must prioritize, give high priority to these research, innovation and startups. SRTMU is a relatively young university. It has been doing good, appreciable work, all commendable. But for future, it has to look beyond education. It should not keep restricted to education. It should produce innovators. Innovators producing is very important, without which the regional development, the economic development, industrial development is less likely to take. Beyond education, innovators, scientific innovators, not in one line, not in two lines, but in any line, in every part. Now, for this, the universities and colleges will have to obtain funds. A lot of money is needed, but this money will forthcome from the industry, will come from the government if we convince them that this is giving the profit. Normally, many investment is done. Lot of investment is done in every taluka place, MIDC area, and many industries are faltering. They do not grow. They become sick. They are operating at a lower level. But if the university is strengthened, then I remember when our college was, Guru Gobind Singh College was inaugurated in 1983 at the hand of President of India. Soot Girni was built in Nanded. And this Soot Girni had a budget of 20 crores. And today the Soot Girni is no more there. And this Guru Gobind Singh College was invested with only 3 to 5 crores of rupees, and it is doing so good work. It has produced so many things. So the investment strategy in industry is good, provided it is supported by research and innovation. Integrated approach is the need of the hour. Working in isolation, universities and professors should not function in isolation, should not function standalone style. It is not good in globalization and interdependent world. The world is interdependent. The world is not independent. India cannot remain independent of the rest of the world. Nanded cannot remain away from the rest of the win-win game. This is a very important point. Between university and industry ought to be given a fair chance. If professors work in this direction, if the university works in this direction, involve industry, and the university does innovation for industry, they will gain. If the university does research for the industry, the industry will gain, and they will provide money to the university for research. Marathwada will undoubtedly win and get developed faster. Well, friends, towards the end, I will tell you one story, very important story. This long back, a friend of mine, he went to United States of America. He studied in Pune University at that time. And after his studies, he went to USA for doing MS, and he also did PhD. And then he started a company. He started a big company. It has the branches in Pune today, and it has the branches in the United States of America. I will tell you, his name is also Ambegaonkar. And he did quite a lot of, when he came first, after 15 to 20 years, he came and landed on the Chhatrapati Shivaji Airport. When he went from Santa Cruz Airport. That Santa Cruz was relatively smaller, and Chhatrapati Shivaji was most modern airport. Then from airport, he came to Pune. And the expressway from Bombay to Pune is known that it is as good as any good highway in the world. And he was very happy to see that Indian roads are developing and India is changing. India is transforming itself into a developed country. Then he came on Deccan Gymkhana. And on Deccan Gymkhana, he went around and he found that of his time, there was not a single shop. He was surprised to see that all those signs which he noticed when he was a student are not visible now. The shops have changed, the buildings have changed. Then he came to Lakshmi Road. There were no bicycles on the road. And when there were no bicycle, he said that now Pune has changed so much. On the railway station, previously there used to be Gadiya Saita, horse tanga. But now there was not a single. So he says that now Pune has really changed. I'm surprised. And later on, he went to the university. When he went to the university, he found that the place where he studied, the building is the same as it was of his time. The tables on which the students did the experiments were the same. The experiments were modified, but very marginally. There was not much of the difference. And he was shocked to see that, and he uttered that whole Pune has changed, but our university has not yet changed. And he said that what is the situation in America, what is the situation in developed world, is that the cities develop because of universities. And in India, this is not the same. Universities follow behind the development of the regions, the strategy. It is for the government to examine, it is for we to look at. We have to convince the government to pump more money in education. Without pumping money, without making the universities now, what has done, this education minister, Mr. Pradhan in Delhi, they are very keen to make world-class universities. He is the Union Minister for Education, HRD. And he has done one good thing. Similarly, the finance minister has done one good thing. I will tell you both these things. The finance minister has permitted the direct foreign investment in India in education. So far, it was not allowed. Only industries from foreign used to come, but universities and colleges from foreign universities were not allowed to come. They were not allowed to build their own campus on the Indian soil. But what this Pradhan has done now, Pradhan has approached, the Prime Minister has approached world best 20 universities, and they are getting the world best 20 universities in India. And why? They are not satisfied with the investment and the way the universities are coming. They want the world best universities which engage themselves into research. They engage themselves into innovation. They engage themselves into technology. IITs are doing good work, very commendable work. IIMs are also doing good work. But the general universities have got to step up their capacities like the world best universities. And so in the course of the time, India government wants world-class universities and the younger generation to receive education. And the regional development must come. Marathwada will grow faster only if the Swami Ramanand Tirth University and the affiliated colleges grow to a very great extent. Well, friends, these are a few thoughts I wanted to express to you. I'm thankful to the university. Once again, our student, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle, we are very, very proud of him. He has, he is the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the university. We thank him and we thank this Lady Makone again for giving me this opportunity to be here as a chief guest and also as a keynote speaker. Thank you all. Hope that you transform some of the ideas and make a jump start in converting your institutes into a better institute. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Makone.
Thank you, sir. It's really wonder speech and visionary too. I'm very, very proud to hear all those points related with academic, research and administration, which are in the future, in the present, and though that has been not done by on large scale, but in previous two, it is really indeed part of the development of this region. It is not applicable only to the Marathwada region, but I am damn sure that everywhere of the corner of world, this is true, true and very true. Thank you, sir. I feel very great to be here, such a visionary chief guest on the occasion of this National Science Day celebration, and being a keynote speaker, sir has not given the only idea and fulfill information to have integrated approach to the science and technology for faster Marathwada region development, but he has given the Guru Killi for all the solutions in all the fields, maybe industry, maybe societal growth, not only the roads, track related to the Pune-Mumbai highway, but विज्ञानाची दारं त्यांनी आपल्या सर्वांसाठी खुली केली आहेत आणि संशोधनाच्या मार्गातून काय काय करता येईल, माध्यमातून काय काय करता येईल, या प्रकारे त्यांनी सगळ्या माहिती आपल्याला भरपूर माहिती दिलेली आहे. आय एम व्हेरी हॅपी टू इंट्रोड्यूस इन ब्रीफ माय युनिव्हर्सिटी. अँड सर, this university, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, has been playing the key role for the development of this Marathwada region, and hence we are being a part of this system, really proud to have such visionary speech and document for the further development, and this Guru Killi will definitely prove in not only in the field of research to start the startup projects in the form of students to give the entrepreneurship as well as incubation, innovations, and gain the funds, raise the funds in the form of research projects from various industry as well as university and funding agents. This university is new growing budding university, sir. In 2019, we have celebrated the silver jubilee year of this university establishment. So about this organizing university, I have not speak about early, but now in few words, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University established on 27th September 1994 by the name of the Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Vishnupuri, Nanded, on the great honor for the Hyderabad liberation struggle and renowned educational and social activities. This university came to be existence to a center of education and needs to the 4 districts. It has region, 4 district region has been involved, namely Nanded, Latur, Parbhani and Hingoli of this Marathwada region. Sir has given the very visionary idea from all the sectors to develop these 4 districts, in which 2 universities are leading, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, and one is our Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, and another is that is Krishi Vidyapith Agriculture University established at Parbhani. So the Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University has adopted the school pattern to break down the traditional disciplinary boundaries, and this school pattern have very helpful vision to develop the integrated approaches of the science and technology. Instead of basic sciences, now the technology is coined with the study in the syllabus, in the academics as well as in the field of research also, sir. We are dealing with various fields in the different branches of human learning resources, and has trying too hard to be enhanced the academic standard of this region by taking the several steps of in this regards. We are also in the path of development of the research, and recently RUSA Center is actively playing and infrastructure has been grown. So the very beautiful and with well-equipped laboratories that has been built up in this last 5 years. So this will be helpful to have the future development in the field of research. Many professors, they have their research project RUSA funded, UGC funded, DST funded, and even having the international linkages and industry collaborations. We are dealing with the MOUs with various industry as well as government as well as foreign universities and Indian well-known recognized universities for development of the research. SRTM University is one of the youngest university recognized by UGC by accrediting 12B and awarded with NAC B+ grade, and emerged as one of the growing educational vibrant center in this region. Now about the organizing school, that is the School of Chemical Sciences, I am proud to introduce on behalf of director of this school. The school of Chemical Sciences came into existence as a school during the establishment of Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded at 17 September 1994. Earlier, it was the Department of Chemistry of Sub-Center of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. It has a vibrant educational center in reaching research and extension activities. The school offers master degree in chemistry. When I was joined, there was only the department for the industrial chemistry and intake capacity was only 20. Now I am proud to say that we have developed 6 specialization along with industrial chemistry in master degree programs, that is organic chemistry, medicinal chemistry, industrial chemistry, polymer chemistry, physical chemistry, and analytical chemistry. As well as we have MPhil degree in chemistry and PhD program also. The percentage of girl student admitted to the PG courses, it is more than 70% in the school. The school has adopted CBCS pattern so that students have wide choice to have interlinking science branches to develop the personality and have their potential to develop in the field of expertise. Research projects are acquired by various faculty more than 1 crore. It is UGC, SAP, DST FIST funded school, and the very useful equipment like NMR, 400 MHz, LCMS, GC, FTIR, UV spectrophotometer, DSC, and computer luster is the pride of our university. The school has proven track record in the research publication in the reputed national and international journals and patented more than 6 to 7 patents from the school research. Teachers from school has visited to the abroad through fellowship, and they have also developed the international linkages as well as linkages with the national laboratories like NCL, IICT Hyderabad, etc. Our research activities and infrastructural facilities have been funded and strengthened by UGC, DST, CSIR, RUSA, RGSTC funding agency. Thank you one and all. This is about my school and university. In brief, I have introduced, though it is known to Naik sir, but being a founder member, I am proud to introduce this little bit hands of blessings with all the senior persons who has dedicated the efforts to see this development from this region. and ज्याला आपण मराठीमध्ये म्हणतो की खारीचा वाटा नक्कीच आमचं विद्यापीठ या डेव्हलपमेंटमध्ये उचलत आहे आणि हा वाटा गरुड भरारी घेऊन उंचावणार आहे, कारण आमच्या विद्यापीठाच्या लोगोमध्ये गरुडाचं चित्र आहे, सायन्स पण आहे, ह्युमॅनिटी सायन्स पण आहे, पुस्तक लिहिलेलं आहे, पुस्तकावर अक्षर आहेत, विद्या सा विद्याया विमुक्तये ह्या बोधवाक्याला आम्ही साध्य करीत सरांनी केलेल्या मार्गदर्शनाचा निश्चितच उपयोग करेल. मला वाटतं खूप मला उशिरा हे मार्गदर्शन कळालं, पण प्रत्येक सरांचं वाक्य शब्द हा इतका महत्त्वपूर्ण होता की जर मला व्हिजन डॉक्युमेंट बनवायचं असेल करिअरच्या बाबतीत, रिसर्चच्या बाबतीत, डेव्हलपमेंटच्या बाबतीत तर मी हे अगदी जपून ठेवील आणि कुणालाही कुणी जरी विचारलं व्हॉट वी कॅन डू इन धिस रिगार्ड्स, सो आय विल ओपन टुडेज स्पीच. थँक्यू, थँक्यू, थँक्यू व्हेरी मच सर.
Thank you.
यानंतर पुढच्या व्याख्यानासाठी आपण अतिशय संशोधनामध्ये विद्यार्थी दशेतील अगदी कमी वयातील संशोधक डॉक्टर गिरीश स्वामी, फार्मसी सिरम वॅक्सिन जी डेव्हलप झाली कोविड-19ची, त्या सिरम इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये एक विद्यार्थी जो की कोल्हापूर विद्यापीठातील विद्यार्थी आहे आणि आपल्या विद्यापीठासोबत सुद्धा त्यांच्या संशोधनाची आत्मीयता जोडलेली आहे, म्हणून या विषयावर पुढील व्याख्यान होणार आहे. तत्पूर्वी एक परिचय देण्याच्या आधी 5 मिनिटाचा ब्रेक आपण घेत आहोत. आय रिक्वेस्ट आशिष फॉर बीइंग with us.
त्यांनी स्कॅटरिंग व्यंकटरमण यांचा जन्मदिन दिवस नव्हता. बरेच जण 28 फेब्रुवारी आहे असं बरेच जण समजतात, पण 28 फेब्रुवारी रोजी सी.व्ही. रमण यांचा जन्मदिवस नव्हता. तर 28 फेब्रुवारी
Welcome everyone. great pleasure that we are celebrating National Science Day 2022 on behalf of Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University and organizing School of Chemical Sciences. I am very happy to welcome today's second resource person, Ashish Girish Swami, to deliver his views on the topic challenge and opportunities in the development of vaccine COVID-19. Friends, we are suffering from this pandemic region by all sectors in all the views, that is social, academic, and from all the ages, that is from children to the old age people. Not only India but whole globe is behind to solve this pandemic situation and how to recover this, fulfill this life in the routine with the healthy and wealthy fashion. We are proud to have here today's resource person Girish A. Swami, who is Deputy Manager and in the Serum Institute of India Private Limited, having the total experience of 14 years working in the Department of Quality Assurance. So welcome you, sir. He has professional education, Doctor of Philosophy, registered in the Savitribai Phule University, Pune. He has completed his Master of Pharmacy from 2006 to 8, first class, Shivaji College, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has also completed the Bachelor and Diploma of Pharmacy in 2003. See, the age you can understand how the young people can do the beautiful research with great enthusiasm and have a great work in the visionary part for the societal benefits. Girish A. Swami has other professional education. He has Master of Business Administration, MBA from International Business Center University, Pondicherry. He has postgraduate program in Drug Regulatory Affairs, PGDDRA, Bioinformatics, Institute of India, Noida. Why I am reading this professional education, the purpose behind this is nothing but only one science branch can't solve the problems. It should be the link of all sciences in the form of integrated views. That's why integrated development for the integrated approach for the development of anything is to solve any problem, to accept any challenge is really essential, and he is in this way working as well, proving himself. His work profile and experience, he has Life Sciences Private Limited, NAPOD 2 years experience as a regulatory affairs, formulation and development. He has worked in this field. Clinical trial monitoring and submission, he has very good experience. Now in Serum Institute of India Private Limited, he is working since from 12 years. International regulatory affairs, technology transfer, development of quality assurance, and quality assurance is dealt by Girish A. Swami. So it's really pride to have such a great researcher, young researcher, and having these persons. He has represented his work in many seminars and international programs. Being a resource person, has given the lectures also. So I welcome Girish A. Swami to present his views on the topic, that is challenges and opportunity in the development of COVID-19 vaccine. So welcome, sir, and really proud to have here such a young scientist of India giving the solution for whole world in the form of serum vaccine. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, madam. May I audible?
You are audible.
Yeah. This is Girish Swami. I'm working since last 12 years in Serum Institute of India in the Quality Assurance Department. And just today I will present and share my views on the vaccine, how vaccines are get developed and what are the components of the vaccines. So I will start my presentation on this. Yes, the challenges and the opportunity in the development of the vaccines. First, we'll go directly to the topic, that is ingredients in the vaccine. Which are the ingredients which are present in our vaccine? Because vaccines contain many tiny fragments of the disease-causing organism, or we called it as a blueprints. That is, the RNA blueprints are there. They are the tiny fragments due to which we prepare our vaccine. First main component that we called as an active ingredient, that is an antigen. All the vaccines contains an active component, that is an antigen, which generates an immune response, or we also called it as a blueprint for making the active component. The diagrammatic presentation is there. The diagram disease causing organism, we take the small piece, that is a tiny fragment from that organism, and make it as an antigen, which can show the good immune response and create the good vaccine. Another alternate components or ingredients are, we use preservatives. Preservatives are present in our vaccine product that prevents to get contaminated once get while opened. Most of the time preservative are used to phenoxyethanol is used, and this preservative is used for the vial vaccines, but for the single dose container there is a no preservative is used. Hello, may I audible? Yeah. The second component, that is a stabilizer. Stabilizers are used in a vaccine. That is a chemical reaction from occurring within the vaccine and keep the vaccine component from sticking to the vials, because they are the proteins of the virus or the cell. So most of the stabilizers are the sugar, lactose, sucrose, amino acids are there, and the gelatin protein, that is a recombinant human albumin derived from the yeast. These are the stabilizers which commonly used in a vaccine product. Another way is surfactants. Surfactants keep all the ingredients in a vaccine blended together. If surfactants are not there, then the each and every component get separated out. So surfactants are also used in a vaccine component. Then the residues. The residues are the tiny amount of the various substances used during the manufacturing or the production process. Because most of the time when vaccine get developed, the residuals are not there. But meanwhile, when the bulk scale up production is going on, then the residuals should be added. Those are the inactive ingredients. They do not show any active action during the vaccine or against the disease. Another is the dilute is needed. Most of the vaccines are lyophilized form.
हे पूर्ण ऑफ करावं लागते मग तुम्हाला.
Hello. Hello, may I audible? आवाज येतो? Yeah. Yes. Another component is a diluent. Diluent is used to dilute the lyophilized vaccine. Due to the stability, most of the vaccines are in lyophilized powder form than the liquid. Few are there, vaccines are there, they are in liquid form. But for the lyophilized, we used to dilute them with the use of diluent. And most of the time, the sterile water for injection is used as a diluent. And the last one is the adjuvant. We use the adjuvant to improve the immune response to the vaccine. Most of the time, aluminum salts are used as an adjuvant. They can trigger our immune response. So by this, all the ingredients vaccine is get manufactured. The development, which are the development stages are there for the any new vaccine product? This is the development cycle of the vaccine. First, exploratory stage. This is the laboratory stage where initial thought and the initial development is done at the laboratory scale, and then after the development, the develops product is go for the preclinical stage. In preclinical stage, most of the time the cell cultures are used and the animal study is going to be done on that developed product. Then after the successful result from the preclinical stage of its safety and efficacy, then it goes for the clinical development. There are several stages of the clinical development. That is a phase wise, phase 1, 2, 3, and last for the safety, the phase 4 is also there. So these are the human development clinical trials. After that, after getting the result from the clinical studies, then we have to submit entire dossier which having the detailed information about the product clinical and preclinical studies data. We have to submit those data to the regulatory agencies for their approval. After we getting the approval, we start the manufacturing. There are different stages of the manufacturing at a scale up level. Then the quality control, that is the testing of the product, finished product, that is a drug product. Then each vaccine under development must first undergo the screening and the evaluation to determine which antigen should be used to evoke an immune response. In the preclinical stage, the testing in an animal and evaluate its safety and potential to prevent the disease. Then the human clinical trials, there are different phases. We go step by step, which are the phases and what is the use. Phase 1, the vaccine is given to the small number of volunteers to assess its safety, confirm the generate an immune response, and determine the right dosage. This is the very initial stage of the development in which the only 5 to 10 people are used, and these are the generally the tested in a young healthy adult volunteer. Then phase 2, the vaccine is then given to the several hundreds volunteer to further assess its safety, ability to generate an immune response. This is the phase 2. The participant in this phase have the same characteristics such as the same age, sex as the people for whom the vaccine is intended. There are usually multiple trials in this phase to evaluate various age groups and the different formulations of the vaccine. And then last stage is the phase 3. This is the stage 3. The vaccine is the next given to the thousands of volunteers and compared to the similar group of people who didn't get the vaccine but receive a comparative product. If the comparative product is there, then the few volunteers received the comparative product, that is a reference product, and the another one will get the actual developed vaccine to determine the vaccine its efficacy. The most of the time, phase 3 trials are conducted across the multiple countries and multiple sites within a country to assure the finding of the vaccine performance applied to many different populations. Last one is a blinding. What is a blind study? In this study, during this phase 2 or 3 phase trials are done. The volunteers and scientists conducting the study are shielded, that is protected from its label, from the knowing which the volunteer do not know which vaccine is given to them. So that called as a blind study. And the last is phase 4. This is the optional study for the vaccine manufacturing companies. This is the study when the product get in the market. The manufacturer may continue to test the vaccine for the safety, efficacy, and other potential uses. These are the graphical presentation. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and we get an approval. Then phase 4 is optional. You have to do the safety and efficacy study after release of the batch into the market. The results of all these clinical trials are available. A series of steps are required, including reviews of the efficacy and safety for the regulatory and the public health policy approvals. This is the small presentation from the WHO, which shows how the COVID-19 vaccine get developed. Because to develop a vaccine, it's needed decades to being into the market. But how the COVID vaccine or the in this pandemic situation, vaccines get developed in 2 or 3 years. This is just a small clip which I would like to share with you all.
Developing a vaccine is a long road full of checkpoints. Different phases of testing are designed to make sure it is both effective and safe. But with the whole world struggling to contain a pandemic and unprecedented amounts of scientific work taking place, the road to finding the COVID-19 vaccine looks more like this. But first, let's take a look at the usual path. During preclinical trials, the vaccine is tested on animals to determine whether they develop antibodies to the disease-causing germ. If these trials are successful, the candidate vaccine moves on to phase 1 trials in humans, during which the vaccine is given to a small number of healthy adults to assess its safety in humans. The results of every phase are reviewed by independent clinical experts who assess the research team's findings. Sometimes they'll pause the trials to check the results, always making sure the candidate vaccine is safe. The next phase involves to find out the appropriate dose, whether it stimulates an immune response, and of course, to assess its safety. Once the results have been checked by the independent expert observers, the candidate vaccine is evaluated among thousands more volunteers. This phase determines whether it is effective against disease. If the answer is yes, the vaccine is independently assessed by regulators for effectiveness, safety, and manufacturing quality. It is also assessed by independent policymakers who determine the best way to use the vaccine. If the assessment meets the regulatory standards, the product can be authorized for use, and the vaccine is then ready for licensing and registration. Once that happens, the approved vaccine can be used in the population. But because of the urgent need for a COVID-19 vaccine, some of the phases can run in parallel, and the research team can submit a request for temporary authorization from national regulatory authorities and an emergency use listing from WHO. This authorization and WHO emergency listing are only given if the vaccine meets strict safety and effectiveness criteria. But the road doesn't stop there. Once the vaccine is in use, it continues to be monitored by health authorities for safety and for effectiveness to ensure the vaccine maintains the highest standards. The race is on to find vaccines for COVID-19, which is why some phases are happening at the same time. But no one is cutting corners. Everyone is subject to the same checks and independent monitoring. So although we'll get the COVID-19 vaccines faster, they'll be as safe as other approved vaccines.
Hello, it's visible.
Yes, it's visible, sir.
So I will search where is the main presentation. Yeah, it's now the manufacturing. Just to be see the WHO just a small clip, which is phase 1 to phase 4 and how it is done in the COVID vaccine development. Now the manufacturing safety and the quality control of the vaccine. Once a vaccine has reached pre-approval stage, the following clinical trials, it is assessed by the relevant regulatory bodies or the compliance with the quality, safety and efficacy criteria. Then the typically companies will work independently to complete the clinical development plan for the vaccine. Once the vaccine is authorized, the manufacturer started its scale-up. Then the whole process from the clinical trial to the manufacturing can sometimes take over decades to complete. But in case of the COVID-19, the research and developments are done all the stages that I would like to mention. The manufacturers and researchers completed all the stages of the vaccine development. Those are done the parallel phase so that the time required to get the approval is get minimized, because after the phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 they have done the simultaneously, and the conditional approval is given by the regulatory agencies so that the time required for the approval get reduced. But I would like to ensure that all the companies which have developed the vaccine, they have completed all the stages of the clinical trials, and then only they have came to into the market. It is the scale of the financial and potential commitment to the development of the vaccine that has allowed this accelerated development to take place. And the another important challenges we are getting in the packaging, storage, and shipping. The packaging also one of the important criteria. The once the vaccine has been made in a bulk quantities, it is the bottle in a glass vials or carefully packed in a safety cold storage transport. Because we have to do the leachability and extractable study on the glass vials. The glass vial which we are using for the manufacturing, that is also approved vials, and the product is when product is inside that vials, then we have to do the leachability study, and that study data we have to submit to the regulatory agencies for the approval. And again, the storage condition. The many vaccines have the different storage conditions. Most of the vaccines are have the storage condition 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, but some vaccine may require the minus 20 degrees Celsius cold chain, or some new vaccines they are also kept as the ultra cold storage storages, that is minus 70 degrees Celsius, because some of the vaccines they need the higher storage condition to maintain the quality of that product. And another one is the shipping. Shipping is also very important when the vaccine get manufactured, and we have to ensure that it is shipped at a desired temperature only. To maintain this cold chain, the vaccines are shipped using the specialized equipments, and those does not compromise the integrity of the product. For during the shipping, many times the cold chain devices are kept. Those repeatedly monitor the temperature of the van, temperature of the aircraft, temperature of the shipping, and then only after assessment of that temperature data loggers, the vaccine get approved at that specific country. The quality control at the time of the development, the testing method, those to be established and those to be method validated. All the methods need to be validated, and the testing will be done as per the approved specification and the approval from the regulatory agencies. Now we will go in depth about the natural response against the vaccine. A pathogen is a bacterium, virus, or parasite, or the fungus that can cause disease to any body or the human. The antibodies produced in the response to the pathogen, the antigens is an important part of the immune system. The antibodies are get developed naturally. The human body have the thousands of different antibodies in our bodies. When the human body is exposed to any antigen for the first time, it takes time for the immune system to respond and produce antibodies specific to that antigen. Once the antigen specific antibody are produced by our body, then they work with the rest of the immune system to destroy the pathogen and stop that disease. Once the body produces antibodies in its primary response to an antigen, it also create antibody producing memory cells. Those memory cells are very important to remember the which antigen is came and what kind of antibody have to nullify those antigens, which remains alive even after the pathogen is defeated by the antibodies. This is a pictorial presentation. In the first, we see the existing pathogen is there, antibodies is get developed, then the existing pathogen and existing antibodies are get developed. Then the new pathogen is came, then there is no antibody. How vaccines helps? Vaccines contain weakened or the inactive part of the particular organism, that is an antigen, that trigger our immune response within the body. The newer vaccines contain the blueprint for the producing antigen rather than the antigen itself. These are the replicas of or the blueprint for main antigen. Regardless of whether the vaccine is made up of antigen itself or its blueprint, so the body will produce the antigen. The weakened version will not cause any disease to the human or the person pursuing the vaccine, but it will prompt their immune system to respond much as it would have on its first reaction to the actual pathogens. This is the vaccine where the new antibodies are developed. The vaccine is a tiny weakened non-dangerous fragment of the organism and include the parts of the antigen. It's enough that our body can learn to build the specific antibody. Then if the body encounter the real antigen later as the part of real organism, it already known how to defeat it. Some vaccines required multiple doses given given week or months apart. This is sometimes need to allow for the production of the long-lived antibodies and development of the memory cells. In the case of COVID-19, we've seen that first the most of the volunteer take the one dose. Then after that, after 30 days, they have taken the another dose, the second dose. And after some research, it is found that memory cells are their memory get fade. So again, the booster dose concept is there. Due to the booster dose, the immune response or the memory cells get to know which antigen is came, and we have to develop the antibodies against that, so that the memory cells plays very important role. We, in this pandemic situation, we learned or we heard that herd immunity is developed. What exactly is herd immunity? When someone is vaccinated, they are very likely to be protected against the targeted disease, but not everyone can be vaccinated. The people with underlying health conditions that weaken their immune systems or who have severe allergies to some vaccine component may not be able to get the vaccine with a certain vaccines. These people can still protect if they live in and amongst the other who have vaccinated. When a lot of people in a community are vaccinated, the pathogen has a hard time to circulating because most of the people it's encountered the immune. Due to the herd immunity, these people will have the substantial protection. Like this, the first person is have the vaccinated, but in the case of COVID-19, we know that if parents are also vaccinated, but the kids are not yet vaccinated, still they have the herd immunity to protect against that disease. The vaccinating not only protect yourself, but also protect those in the community who are unable to do a vaccinated. So it is called as a herd immunity. The different types of the vaccines are developed by the different types. There are three main approach to design any vaccine. Their differences lie in whether they are used whole vaccine, whole virus, that is a bacterium, or just the part of the germ that trigger the immune system, or just the genetic material, that is the RNA or the DNA that provide the instruction for the making specific protein and not the whole virus. First, the whole microbe approach. In this, the inactivated vaccine, live attenuated vaccine, viral vector vaccines are come into the picture, in which the whole microbe is used. Now we go in detail. The whole microbe approach. In this, the inactive vaccine is used. The inactivated virus or the kill itself by using the chemical, heat, or the radiation. This approach used technology is in flu or the polio vaccines. The vaccines can be manufactured and scalable in this way. Another one is a live attenuated vaccine. In this, the virus is a live, but it is attenuated. That means it weakened the version of the virus or one that very similar. The measles vaccine, mumps vaccine, and rubella vaccine, that is MMR vaccines, are developed, and they are the live attenuated viruses. And the last one is the viral vector vaccine. This type of vaccine uses a safe virus to deliver specific subpart called as a proteins from the whole organism. Only specific protein is get extracted from the germ, and that can trigger the immune response without causing any disease. For example, Ebola vaccine is developed by using the viral vector vaccine. This is the new method of technology which is used nowadays. Subunit approach. The only use very specific part, that is a subunit of the virus of the bacterium that the immune system needs to recognize. A subunit vaccine is the one that only uses the very specific part, that is a subunit of the virus or the bacterium to immune system need to recognize. Most of the vaccines on the childhood schedule are subunit vaccines, the protecting people from the disease such as the whooping cough, tetanus, diphtheria, and meningococcal meningitis. These are the vaccines which are the subunit vaccines, that is the viral vector vaccines. A genetic approach, that is the nucleic acid vaccines. This is the used the genetic material of the specific protein, that is the DNA or RNA. The genetic approach, that is a nucleic acid vaccine. A nucleic acid vaccine just use a section of the genetic material that provide the instruction for the specific protein, not the whole microbe. The DNA and RNA are the instructions our cells use to make proteins. In cells, DNA is the first turn into the messenger RNA, which is used as a blueprint to make the specific protein and then next to develop a vaccine. The nucleic acid approach is a new way of developing vaccine. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, none had it been thought the full approval process for the use in humans. Through the some DNA vaccines include for the particular cancer where the undergoing human trials. Because of the pandemic, research in this area has progressed very fast, and some mRNA vaccines for the COVID-19 are getting emergency use authorization, which means they can now be given to a people beyond using them only in a clinical trials. This is the whole presentation, and I thank you to all for your patience and listening to me. In short, I would like to say in a span of 30 to 40 minutes, I just only given the overview of the vaccine, not in details. I am sorry to say for that, because vaccine is a very huge concept and very detailed, minute information is required. But due to the time period, I have just done the overview for the vaccine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Girish. It's not a small thing, but it's a beautiful and grateful things for the society. The word vaccine in this pandemic position is really become a life of the people. So no vaccine, when there was the situation in the early phase of this pandemic situation, then when the vaccine will be there for COVID-19, so everyone was waiting for this investigation, innovation, and the solution for this pandemic era or pandemic period particularly. And whole world hats up to you. These are the Kohinoors of our India who dealing such type of research and shining the life of people and keeping safe us from this virus COVID-19. So initial beginning is very good, and I hope that not only this is the first meeting and in short span we are dealing with this. This is the beginning of National Science Day celebration program, but in future, in many occasions, if you spare with us, definitely we will be benefited to have the many more researchers and scientists. They will get benefited, as well as the societal people. They will get benefited from your valuable thoughts and awareness about this vaccine, as well as research going in the industries. So thank you once again. Ashish. We are celebrating this National Science Day here, and really it's pleasure to have on this occasion this such type of great resource persons. There are few schools, they are also participating from Nanded city, and they are observing this National Science Day celebration. So I really appreciate the efforts put forth by Kadam sir and all school teachers for giving this advantage of this program to the kids who are growing scientists and researchers and academicians and the best citizens of the India. So I request Ashish to pin this school for a few seconds.
थँक्यू. आणि आज जी माहिती मिळाली गुरुकुल पब्लिक स्कूलच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना सायन्स डेच्या निमित्तानं ती खूपच व्हॅल्युएबल होती, त्यांच्यासाठी महत्त्वपूर्ण होती. थँक्यू आणि सर्वांना विज्ञान दिवसाच्या खूप शुभेच्छा.
हॅलो, यानंतर डॉक्टर विजय भगत सरांचं लेक्चर आहे का? हॅलो, हॅलो, यानंतर डॉक्टर विजय भगत सरांचं व्याख्यान आहे काय?
हॅलो.
हाय, 1 मिनिट. सर. येस सर 1 मिनिट. मॅडम सांगतील, आपण रेडी राहूयात.
हो हो हो. मी तयार आहे. पार्टिसिपंटला वेटिंग करायला लावण्यापेक्षा प्रक्रिया पुढे घेऊन जाता येऊ शकते.
स्वामी रामानंद तीर्थ विद्यापीठाने आयोजित केलेल्या या चर्चासत्रासाठी गुरुकुल पब्लिक स्कूलचे विद्यार्थी इथे उपस्थित आहेत आणि विद्यापीठातील सर्व मान्यवरांचे खूप खूप आभार. या ठिकाणी विज्ञान दिनानिमित्त अतिशय उपयुक्त अशी माहिती विद्यार्थ्यांना मिळालेली आहे आणि निश्चितच त्यांच्या विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये किंवा अभ्यासामध्ये येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये या चर्चासत्राचा उपयोग होईल असं वाटतं. माकोने मॅडम आणि सर्व मान्यवरांचे खूप खूप आभार. धन्यवाद. सर्व मान्यवरांना नमस्कार. गुरुकुल पब्लिक स्कूल पावडेवाडी येथील विद्यार्थ्यांनी हे चर्चासत्र अतिशय तन्मयतेने ऐकलेलं आहे आणि येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये या विद्यार्थ्यांना या चर्चासत्राचा निश्चित उपयोग होईल आणि त्यांची जिज्ञासू वृत्ती वाढीस लागेल असं आम्हाला निश्चित खात्री आहे. पुन्हा एकदा विज्ञान दिनाच्या सर्वांना खूप खूप शुभेच्छा.
धन्यवाद सर.
थँक्यू मॅम. थँक्यू.
यानंतरचं स्कूल आहे या शाळेच्या शिक्षकांना विनंती की त्यांनी प्रतिक्रिया द्यावी आपली.
आवाज येत नाही.
हा, आवाज येतोय, बोला आपण. बोला.
हा, हॅलो हॅलो मॅम. हा, आला मॅम, आवाज आला. हा मॅम, कार्यक्रम तुम्ही आयोजित केला, खूप आभार तुमचे आम्हाला पार्टिसिपेट करून घेतल्याबद्दल. हा उपक्रम तुम्ही योग्य राबवत होता त्याबद्दल आम्ही तुमचे खूप आभारी व्यक्त करतो. हॅलो.
हा, निश्चितच ऑफलाईन कार्यक्रमामध्ये बाकीच्या शाळा देखील पुढच्या वर्षी हिरारीने सहभागी होतील अशी आपण आशा करूया. धन्यवाद.
आवाज काहीच येत नाही.
ठीक आहे, आपण पुढील कार्यक्रमास सुरुवात करत आहोत. आता पुढील कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात आता होत आहे. कार्यशाळेच्या या निमित्ताने विविध रिसोर्स पर्सन आपल्याला मिळालेले आहेत. मी स्क्रीन शेअर करण्यासाठी आमंत्रित करते आशिष यांना. It's a great pleasure that the resource person from various regions, they are making this program very successful. आणि भूगर्भशास्त्रातील तज्ञ अभ्यासक ज्यांचा वातावरणातील अभ्यासक्रमाचा अतिशय आवडीने हिरारीने हातखंड आहे आणि या उपक्रमातील केलेले संशोधन ते समाजासमोर आपल्या व्याख्यानातून नियमितपणे आणत असतात. तर मी भूगर्भशास्त्र संकुलाचे संचालक प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अविनाश कदम यांना विनंती करते की त्यांनी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विजय भगत सर यांचा परिचय करून द्यावा. अविनाश कदम सर.
हा, यस मॅडम. वेलकम ऑल. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, continue. Yes. Friends, now we have Professor Dr. Vijay Bhagat. He is working at the Agasti Arts and Science College, Dadasaheb Rupavate Science College, Akole, from district Ahmednagar. He has completed his doctoral research from Savitribai Phule Pune University in 2002. He is devoting for agricultural research, mainly in crop sciences, and always trying for sustainable modeling basically for commercial marketing of agrarian produces. With the live and experimental research and developed models, particularly on his own farmland, which is about 10 hectares, he innovated models for vegetables and horticulture of dryland farming region. For this, he is using micro-level remote sensing data and images. With using remote sensing data, he developed a model for estimation of moisture contents of soil. Again, such types of innovations and devotions for these issues of dryland farming are the main focus on his research work. Even though he is working in rural and lightly remote area, he established an institution, that is Gatha Cognizance, and handling research projects and publishing international level journals, which are again devoting for agrarian fields. Friends, he is a good human being, good friend, the best friend, thinking, writing, and living on the path of peaceful thoughts. That's his style of life. खर तर शेती आणि शिवारांच्या भल्यासाठी पायाभूत संशोधन आणि ठोस प्रतिमांचे मांडणी करणारा शेतकऱ्याचा मुलगा, मातीशी नाळ घट्ट ठेवणारा विद्यार्थी, मातीसाठी झटणारा संशोधक आणि साधा सरळ आणि शांततेसाठी विचार करणारा शिस्तप्रिय असा प्रिय शिक्षक आहे. तो आमचा मित्र आहे. वन्स अगेन आय वुड लाईक टू offer my sincere thanks and request him to interact with the audience. खरं तर विजय भगत सर स्कूल लेवलची सुद्धा मुलं आहेत आणि त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की तुम्ही जास्तीत जास्त मराठी भाषेचा उपयोग केला तरी मला असं वाटतं की चालेल, कारण तुमचा विषय लँडफॉर्म्स, जमिनीवरची भूमी स्वरूपे, क्लायमेट, हवामान आणि वॉटर रिसोर्सेस, वॉटर मॅनेजमेंट, पाण्याचं नियोजन, पाणी ही एक संपत्ती, याशी संबंधित तुम्ही बोलणार आहेत आणि हे सगळं आपल्या मातीतलं बोलणार आहेत. त्यामुळे माझी एक खास वेगळी विनंती राहील की तुम्ही थोडंसं जास्त मराठीतून बोलला तरी चालेल. डॉक्टर विजय भगत.
हॅलो, आय थिंक
यस
यू आर ऑडिबल.
थोडा आवाज वाढवा.
हॅलो, आर यू गेटिंग मी?
हाँ,
Yes,
yes, please.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thankful to one minute. School of Chemical Sciences from Swami Ramananda Tirth, Marathwada University, Nanded. All the members of organizing committee, my friend, Professor, Dr. and Director, Dr. Avinash Kadam from Earth School of Earth Science. All the members of the science and university, students and vice chancellor of this university to calling me here for this lecture and participating in this kind of workshop. This is Science Day, so it means that we have to look forward for science, for any kind of problem, concept, and even thinking. As suggested by our friend Dr. Avinash Kadam, I will basically communicate with you our mother tongue as well as sometimes in English. It will be very simplified, and I will try to make it very easier to understand. Not only the students from the schools, but also we, because we are interested to communicate each other. I will share my one presentation which I made yesterday. Hello.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Yeah.
Make it full screen.
Yeah. One minute.
Okay.
Why it happened, I don't know.
Okay. From my side.
भगत सर, तुमचा आवाज थोडासा वाढवा.
Yes. Hello.
हाँ, बरोबर आता.
Yes.
And screen is also good, sir. Now it's visible. You can continue.
Basically, when we are interacting through this mode, then it is happening because we have a near screen on 2 or 1.5 feet, and when we are contacting in the classes, they are too longer, and we are speaking naturally loved. My topic is land. I given you landform because then climate and water resource management. I will focus on that. माझा टॉपिक आहे जमीन, भूमी, हवामान आणि पाणी या साधन संपदेचं व्यवस्थापन. As introduced me by my friend, then I will not again spend this time for that purpose. Then one of the scientists from our country, that is Bindra Ben, he wrote one editorial for the journal that is Water Resource Management, and he wrote this sentence, which given me very enthusiasm about the water resource management. She said that, in fact, there is no real water shortage. Shall I repeat it? In fact, there is no real water shortage, but it is a matter of managing. But it is a matter of managing and distribution of sources better. मॅडमने जे म्हटलंय ते अत्यंत महत्वाचं आहे असं मला वाटतं की या जगामध्ये पाण्याची कमतरता नाहीये, परंतु ही समस्या पाण्याचं व्यवस्थापन आणि वितरणाची. When we focus on this point, then we have to learn, we have to focus on the analysis of the characteristics of landforms, land resource like this one in contact, in relation with the climate and the human intervention for this purpose. Then just see what are the problems related to water resource management. पाण्याच्या व्यवस्थापनाच्या दृष्टीने काय प्रश्न आहे? पाणी नेमकं कोणत्या दृष्टीने आपण विचारात घ्यायला पाहिजे? पाण्याचा विचार करताना काय मुद्द्यांचा विचार करावा लागेल? काय प्रॉब्लेम आहे? आयडेंटिफाईड प्रॉब्लेम आहे पाण्याची उपलब्धी एखाद्या प्रदेशात, एखाद्या गावात, एखाद्या ठिकाणी, एखाद्या शेतावर पाण्याची उपलब्धी आणि मागणी यांच्यामध्ये तफावत आहे. दूसरा काय प्रश्न आहे? द डिग्रेडेशन ऑफ ग्राउंड वॉटर अँड वॉटर क्वालिटी. पाण्याची उपलब्धी प्रामुख्यानं महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जे पाण्याचा जो सप्लाय आहे, पाण्याचा जो पुरवठा आहे, वॉटर सोर्सेस ऑफ वॉटर सप्लाय, द ग्राउंड वॉटर इज अ मेजर सोर्स ऑफ वॉटर सप्लाय. पाण्याच्या संबंधामध्ये भूजल हा एक महत्वाची मांडणी आहे आणि नेमकं भूजलामध्ये रोज घसरण होत चालली आहे, पाण्याची पातळी घटत चालली आहे. फक्त पाण्याची पातळी घटत नाही, इट इज अ डिग्रेडेशन ऑफ वॉटर क्वालिटी. पाण्याची गुणवत्ता सुद्धा घसरत चालली आहे. इट इज रिपोर्टेड दॅट अराउंड अबाउट 7% लँड फ्रॉम द productive soil now degraded, it become a fallow, is not useful for the agriculture. Then intersectional competition, we will discuss definitely in later slides. नंतरच्या स्लाइड्स मध्ये आपण विचार करणार आहोत इंटरसेक्शनल सेक्टरल कॉम्पिटिशन. शेती, उद्योगधंदे आणि प्रामुख्याने पिण्याचं पाणी या सेक्शन्स मध्ये, या सेक्टर्स मध्ये पाण्याच्या वापरासाठी स्पर्धा आहे, कॉम्पिटिशन आहे. आणि इंटर रिजनल प्रदेशवाद, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र, मराठवाडा, भारत पाकिस्तान, भारत चीन, बघा दोन प्रदेशांमध्ये किंवा दोनापेक्षा अधिक प्रदेशांमध्ये आणि अधिक देशांमध्ये आपल्याला पाण्याच्या संबंधाने वाद आणि विवाद विकसित झालेले आपल्याला दिसतात. आणि याच्याशिवाय आपल्याला अनेक प्रश्न पाण्याच्या संबंधामध्ये चर्चेला घेता येऊ शकतात. क्रमाने आपण पुढे जाऊया. आता आपण पाण्याची कमतरता म्हणतो. what kind of reported problems we have? Some scholars have reported 2 billion people have shortage of water. 2 बिलियन माणसं ही पाण्याच्या कमतरतेला फेस करतायत, पाण्याची कमतरता सहन करतायत. आणि मोर दॅन 1 बिलियन पीपल हॅव अनसफिशियंट वॉटर. पाणी मिळतच नाही, त्यांना पुरेसं पाणी मिळत नाही. पाणी फक्त प्यायला पाहिजे असं नाही, पिण्याबरोबर माणसांना पाणी अनेक गोष्टींना हवं असतं, दैनंदिन गोष्टींसाठी आवश्यक असतं. स्वच्छतेच्या कारणासाठी पाणी न मिळाल्यामुळे मिळत नाही असे जवळपास 2.5 बिलियन माणसं या जगामध्ये आहेत. त्यामुळे पाण्यावरती आपल्याला सूक्ष्मपणे विचार करणं आवश्यक आहे. आता पाणी म्हटलं की प्रमुख सोर्स आहेत. आपल्याला खरं तर दिसणारे सोर्स अनेक दिसतात. उदाहरणार्थ नदीचं पाणी आपण घेऊन येतो. we are collecting the water from rivers. We are taking water from groundwater. Groundwater मधून पाणी आपल्याला मिळतं, तलावातून मिळतं. We are getting water from tanks, reservoirs like this one. पण मुख्य सोर्स आहे, मेजर सोर्स जो आहे तो कोणता आहे पाण्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये? पाऊस, रेनफॉल हाच पिण्याच्या पाण्यासाठी, वापराच्या पाण्यासाठी जे पाणी आपल्याला माणसासाठी आवश्यक असतं ते म्हणजे रेनफॉल, पर्जन्यापासूनच आपल्याला मिळतं. ते पर्जन्यापासून मिळणारं पाणी, पाऊस विशेषतः आपल्याकडे भारतामध्ये, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जवळपास 88 ते 90% पाऊस हा जून ते सप्टेंबर या कमी काळामध्ये 4 महिन्यामध्येच पडताना आपल्याला दिसतो. एकूण पावसाचे दिवस जर आपण मोजले आपल्या परिसरातले तर आपल्याला असं लक्षात येतं ते 40 ते 100 दिवसांच्या आसपास आपल्याला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पावसाचे दिवस आपल्याला दिसतात. आणि एक गोष्ट आपल्या लक्षात येईल की महाराष्ट्रातला विशेषतः 23% भाग जो आहे हा ड्राउट प्रोन झोन खाली येतो. म्हणजे ड्राउट प्रोन झोन मध्ये महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आणि देशामध्ये आपल्याला ही परिस्थिती दिसून येते. This is the situation related to the rainfall, which is the major source of main source, primary source of water resource, which are available for us. Then, this is important information for our state. We have, just see here. So, 34 billion cubic meter water we have in a Godavari basin. 5.4 billion cubic meter water in Tapi basin. Narmada basin have 0.3 billion cubic meter. Krishna more than 60 cubic meter, billion cubic meter, and west flowing rivers from the western Ghat, they contributed more than 69 billion cubic meter water. This is the distribution of water available in our state. We should have to make it consideration. Then, what is the problem related to water pollution? Just see, these are the districts in Maharashtra. The Maharashtra Jilla, and these are the polluters. Just see, salinity मुळे म्हणजे क्षारतेमुळे अमरावती आणि अकोला ही प्रमुख जिल्हे आहेत. पाण्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये पोल्युशन झालेलं आपल्याला दिसतं. नायट्रेट पोल्युशन इज ऑब्झर्व्ड इन जालना, बीड, नांदेड, लातूर, उस्मानाबाद, सोलापूर, सातारा and कोल्हापूर. Chloride in Solapur, Satara, Amravati, Kolhapur and Buldana, and then fluoride, these are the major districts. Thane to Gadchiroli, there are many districts. We should not spend time for this, really. So these kind of distribution we observe for the water pollution, which came from basically agriculture sector. Then this is another situation. We observed that 2 to 4 meter falling in groundwater level observed in these districts, and some districts like Aurangabad, Jalna and Sangli observed falling of water level more than 4 meters. बघा, नीट विचार करण्याची गोष्ट आहे. सरासरीनं औरंगाबाद, जालना आणि सांगली या जिल्ह्यांमध्ये 4 मीटरपेक्षा पाण्याची पातळी अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये खाली गेलेली आहे. आणि हे जे दिसले म्हणजे हे जे काही डिस्ट्रिक्ट आहे, जालना, अहमदनगर, बीड, 2 ते 4 मीटर न पाण्याची पातळी खाली गेलेली आहे. म्हणजे आपल्याला असं लक्षात येईल बघा की महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पाण्याच्या बद्दल विचार करता पाण्याची उपलब्धी बेसिन वाईज बदललेली आहे, वेगवेगळ्या बेसिन मध्ये वेगवेगळ्या स्वरूपात आहे, पाण्याचं प्रदूषण मोठ्या प्रमाणात होत आहे आणि पाण्याची पातळी विशेषतः भूगर्भाची पातळी भूगर्भ त्याला भूजल ज्याला आपण म्हणतो, भूगर्भामध्ये असलेलं पाणी की जे पिण्याचं पाणी शेतीसाठी पाणी उपलब्ध आहे त्याची पातळी सुद्धा क्रमाक्रमाने घटत चाललेली आहे. जगभरामध्ये across the world we observe that agriculture is the major claimant of water, fresh water. Even in Maharashtra, we observe that around about 86% water is we are using for agriculture, irrigation, and some which is red colored, that is industry and domestic purpose and other sector. This is also observed across the world. So when we interested to manage the water resource, planning for water resource, monitoring this water resource, we have to focus on the agriculture use. And yes, we have to remember that agriculture is essential sector for human being, which is established from hundreds of years, more than 3,000 years. That where we and how we are using water. पाणी आपण कसं वापरतो, मी थोडं फास्ट जातो म्हणजे मराठीतच सांगून लवकरात पुढे जातो. बघा, प्रत्येक माणूस 3,000 लिटर पाणी जेवतो. मी बघा दररोज जेवतो असं म्हणलं, मी खातो असं म्हणतोय, बघा पाणी पितो असं म्हणत नाही. जे आपण जेवतो ज्वारी बाजरी काय जे इतर सगळे पदार्थ, एका माणसाला जेवायला जेवढं लागतं तेवढं पाण्याचं उत्पादन करण्यासाठी सरासरीनं 3,000 लिटर पाण्याची आवश्यकता असते. प्रत्येक माणूस सरासरीनं 2 ते 5 लिटर पाणी पितो. 1 किलोग्राम गव्हाचं उत्पादन करण्यासाठी 800 ते 4,000 लिटर पाणी वेगवेगळ्या प्रांतानुसार आपण यूज करतो. हे बाहेरील देशामधलं आहे, पण बीफच्या उत्पादनासाठी आपल्याला 2,000 ते 16,000 लिटर पाणी लागतं. फक्त जनावराला पिण्यासाठी नव्हे, आपल्याला पाण्याचं एखादं समजा मांस उत्पादन करायचं तर त्या प्राण्याला लागणाऱ्या जो चारा लागतो त्याचाही याच्यात विचार करायला पाहिजे. आपण जे कॉटन म्हणजे कपडा वापरतो त्याच्यासाठी 1 किलोग्राम जर कॉटन उत्पादन केलं तर त्याच्यासाठी सुद्धा 2 ते जवळपास 8,700 लिटर पाण्याची आवश्यकता असते. आपण प्रत्येक गोष्टीचा इतकं नीटपणे विचार केला पाहिजे की आपण जेवढं पाणी रोज वेगवेगळा पदार्थ आपण वापरतो, वस्तू वापरतो आणि पिण्यासाठी इतर गोष्टींसाठी पाणी वापरतो, त्याचा असा क्युम्युलेटिव्ह एकत्रितपणे आपल्याला विचार करायला पाहिजे. तरच आपल्याला पाण्याच्या वापराची एकूण समस्या नीटपणे विचारात घेता येऊ शकते. इकडे बघा, तुमच्या लक्षात येईल की आपण एक कार धुतो तेव्हा 300 लिटर पाण्याचा सरासरी वापर करतो. म्हणजे कार किती वेळा धुवायची कशी बघा, तुम्ही नीट विचार करून बघा. एखादा टी शर्ट आपल्याला बनवायचा आहे बघा, त्याला 2,700 लिटर पाणी खर्च होतो. टी शर्ट म्हणजे कापड विणण्यासाठी नव्हे, याच्यासाठी अगदी आपण कॉटन म्हणजे कापसापासून कापडाच्या उडणी विणण्यापर्यंत आपल्याला सगळा विचार करावा लागेल. बघा, आता तुमच्या लक्षात येईल की गॅसोलिन साठी किती येतं. मी मुद्दाम आकडेवारी पुढे ठेवली बघा. आणि एवढं फक्त शेवटी बघूयात आपण, अल्कोहोल आपल्याला तयार करायचं बघा. अल्कोहोल इथॉनियल साठी आपण अल्कोहोल इथॉनियल किती खर्च येतो बघा. एका लिटर साठी 350 लिटर खर्च येतो बघा पाण्याचा. आता ह्या सगळ्यामध्ये एक गोष्ट आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवायची, वन थिंग वी शुड हॅव टू रिमेंबर हिअर, when farmer is using water for agriculture for producing the 1 ton of sugarcane, then we are claiming for this farmer, you are guilty. We say that, we are saying that आपण एखाद्या शेतकऱ्याला म्हणतो की तू गिल्टी आहे, तू चूक करतो, एवढं पाणी त्या उसाला वापरतो. Some papers have been now published in reputed journals, and they have put at that another concept that is virtual water transfer. What is the concept of virtual water transport? Virtual water transport is that we are transporting water in the form of some commodity. What is the virtual water transport? Virtual transportation of water, that is the form of commodity. For example, एक फक्त आपण उदाहरण बघूयात आणि मग पुढे जाऊयात. एक एकरामध्ये किंवा 1 हेक्टरमध्ये ऊस आपण जेव्हा पिकवतो तेव्हा त्याला 9 मीटर हेक्टर म्हणजे एका 1 हेक्टर जमिनीवरती 9 मीटर एवढ्या पाण्याचा थर द्यावा लागतो, तेव्हा ऊसाचं उत्पादन तयार होतं. आणि मग आपण जेव्हा हे ऐकतो सांगतो तेव्हा आपल्याला त्या शेतकऱ्याबद्दल प्रचंड एक प्रकारे अस्वस्थता आपल्या मनामध्ये निर्माण होते, इतकं पाणी या ऊसाला खर्च करतो. पण हा प्रश्न आपण त्या शेतकऱ्याला विचारून भागणार नाही. We have to ask the question to the farmer, not to the farmer, but ask to the consumer of sugar. When we producing the sugar, from using that sugar cane, how much sugar will be produced? We are producing, for example, 10% of that sugar cane. For example, we produce 100 tons of the sugar cane from this field and produce 10 ton of sugar cane and export it to the Bombay and Pune city. आपण जर असं केलं की 1 हेक्टरमध्ये 100 टन ऊसाचं उत्पादन घेतलं आणि त्या 100 टन ऊसापासून आपण आपल्या शेताच्या जवळ आपल्या परिसरामध्ये साखर उत्पादन केली तर ती होते किती 10 टन एवढी होते, कारण साखरेचा उतारा साधारणतः 10 ते 11% एवढा आहे ऊसापासून साखर बनण्याचा. मग आपल्या लक्षात येते की जेव्हा आपण ही 10 टन ते 11 टन साखर उत्पादन करून मुंबई किंवा पुण्याला पाठवतो तेव्हा कळत न कळत आपण त्या शेतावरती दिलेला 9 मीटरचा पाण्याचा थर मुंबई आणि पुण्याला आपण एक्सपोर्ट केलेला आहे. दिस कन्सेप्ट इज नोन ॲज व्हर्च्युअल वॉटर ट्रान्सपोर्टेशन. म्हणून आपल्याला असं प्रत्यक्ष एका व्यक्तीला एका सिस्टीमला टोचून चालणार नाही, आपल्याला समग्रपणे या गोष्टीवर विचार करायला पाहिजे. देन what are the issues related to the water resource management or water management? These are the identified issues. One, land degradation and desertification. पाण्याच्या संबंधातले इश्यू काय? पाणी जर आपल्याला व्यवस्थापन करायचं तर काय गोष्टी ठेवावी लागेल? जमिनीचा होणारा ऱ्हास, भूमीचा होणारा ऱ्हास आणि वाळवंटीकरण काय प्रश्न ठेवावं? What will be second point? That will be crop irrigation and salinization. पाण्याचा इरिगेशन साठी वापरलेलं पाणी, पिकांसाठी वापरलेलं पाणी आणि तिथं होणारं क्षारीकरण, क्षार जमिनीमध्ये निर्माण होणं. सॉइल इरोजन अँड रिझर्वायर सॅल्टिंग म्हणजे एखादं धरण आहे, त्या धरणाच्या कॅचमेंट क्षेत्रामध्ये जे झीज घडून येते, मातीचं ऱ्हास घडून येतो, तो मृदा ऱ्हास आणि त्याच्यातून पाण्यामधून वाहून आलेली जी माती आहे ती आपल्या तलावांमध्ये धरणांमध्ये साठते, त्याचा विचार आपल्याला करावा लागेल. देन हायड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक पॉवर जनरेशन, अर्बनायझेशन अँड ड्रिंकिंग वॉटर शॉर्टेज आपल्याला मोठी यादी करता येईल. दीज आर आयडेंटिफाईड प्रॉब्लेम्स ऑर इश्यूज रिलेटेड टू दी वॉटर मॅनेजमेंट. देन these are the situation. This is the situation related to the water resource and water resource management. पाणी आणि पाण्याच्या संबंधामध्ये ही परिस्थिती आहे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये, देशामध्ये आणि अर्थातच जगामध्ये. आपण पाण्याचं नियोजन करताना, पाण्याबरोबर पाण्याचं लक्ष ठेवताना, पाण्याचं व्यवस्थापन करताना आपण काय दृष्टी ठेवायला पाहिजे? What will be approach in behind this management? आपण पाण्याचं एखादी प्रायोरिटी ठरवायची, एखाद्या धरणाचं पाणी द्यायचं किती, कसं द्यायचं, पाणी अडवायचं का नाही अडवायचं, या सगळ्याचा विचार करताना आपल्याला विचार करावा लागेल पाणी पीपल एन्व्हायरमेंट फोकस्ड इंटिग्रेटेड वॉटर मॅनेजमेंट. दिस इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. पीपल एन्व्हायरमेंट फोकस्ड इंटिग्रेटेड वॉटर मॅनेजमेंट. फ्रेंड्स, I haven't used the word man environment. मी मॅन इन्व्हायरमेंट असा शब्द नाही वापरलेला. I use people of India, people of village, people of दिस वन. माणसं, स्त्री आणि पुरुष दोन्ही जेव्हा मॅन इन वन त्याचे लोक वापरतात तेव्हा आपल्याला विचारपूर्वक शब्द वापरायला पाहिजे की मॅन म्हणजे फक्त पुरुष, स्त्रिया त्याच्यात आहेत. When we are considering that people environmental focused integrated approach, then our dimension would be changed. आपली याची विचार करण्याची जी मांडणी आहे ही बदलेल की नाही. पिण्याचं पाणी आपल्या घरोघर गावोगाव बघतो. When just observe the villages, we are finding that the women are transporting the water from different sources, that is river, wells, to the home. When we are managing these things, we have to focus on these things, including the women, not only adults but children and older sons. When we just observe, I think you have observed that these things. गावागावांमध्ये दुष्काळी परिस्थिती, when we observe droughts, then birds are migrating from that particular drought region to the irrigated sector, irrigated region. पक्षी एखाद्या दुष्काळी गावातून दुष्काळ पडतो तेव्हा त्या परिसरातून पाणी नसतं म्हणून आपल्याला तिथून स्थलांतर करताना दिसतात. Why? Because in the previous years we had the water in well, नद्यांमध्ये, नद्याच्या पात्रांमध्ये, विहिरींमध्ये पाणी that can be accessible for the birds. But what happened now? We dug the bore wells, we drill out, आपण ड्रिल करून बोरवेल घेतले and we submerge the electric pumps into the small tube where birds cannot enter to drink water, to pick up the water. तिथं त्या पाण्यामध्ये त्या विहिरीमध्ये उतरून त्या बोरमध्ये उतरून पाणी स्वतःसाठी घेणं पिणं हे त्या पक्षाला शक्य नाही म्हणून ते मायग्रेट करतात. Because of that, these birds are migrating to the sources of water. When we observe in drought area, we can found that the big trees are now collapsed. मोठी आंब्याची झाडं, पिंपळाची झाडं आता नष्ट झालेली आहेत. त्यांना पुरेसं दुष्काळामध्ये पुरेल असं जमिनीतलं पाणी आपण नाहीच केलेलं आहे. So when we monitoring this available water resource, we have to focus on the human, including all the sections of population, man and women, men and women, children and elders. All we have to take into account when we are focusing water resource management. That how we can get into this water resource managed. पण कधी हा वॉटर रिसोर्स मॅनेज झाला आपण असं म्हणू शकतो. कधी आपण हा वॉटर रिसोर्स मॅनेज करू शकू? when we assess this availability, losses and uses. जेव्हा पाणी आपण उपलब्धी, नाश, राहस आणि त्याचा उपयोग याचा आपण विचार करू, याचा आपण ऑब्झर्वेशन करू, ते सगळं आपण एस्टिमेट करू, मॅनेज करू आणि पुन्हा असेसमेंट करू, तेव्हा आपल्याला वॉटर रिसोर्स मॅनेज केलं करता येईल असं म्हणता येतं. बघा चला रिपीट. पाण्याचं व्यवस्थापन करण्यासाठी काय काय करावं लागेल? 1. उपलब्ध पाणी आपल्याला मोजावं, तपास करावा. उपलब्ध पाण्याचा नाश, लॉस किती होते बघावं लागेल आणि त्याचा उपयोग आपण काय करतो याचा तपास करावा. देन हे सगळं आपल्याला एस्टिमेट करावं लागेल. अवेलेबिलिटी, लॉसेस आणि युजर. असं काही पाणी आपल्याला आपल्या गावात किती पाणी पावसापासून पडलं हे असं काही मोजता येत नाही. मोजलेल्या पावसाच्या आधारे पाणी आपल्याला एस्टिमेट करावं लागतं, किती पडलं याचा अंदाज करावा लागतो. उपलब्ध पाणी आणि त्याचं होणारे लॉसेस या दृष्टीने आपल्याला लॉसेस या दृष्टीने त्याचं व्यवस्थापन करायला पाहिजे आणि केलेलं व्यवस्थापन बरोबर चाललंय का याचा आपल्याला तपास करायला पाहिजे. दिस इज सिंपल वे ऑफ वॉटर रिसोर्स मॅनेजमेंट. देन आता हा एक महत्वाचा मुद्दा मला वाटतं आपण इथे विचारात घ्यायला पाहिजे. पाणी जे पावसापासून मिळतं, मी असं सुरुवातीला म्हणालो की वॉटर रिसोर्स fundamentally we are collecting or we are getting from the rainfall. Rainfall is the major or fundamental primary source of water. पर्जन्य पाऊस हाच पाण्यासाठी आपल्याला प्रमुख स्रोत आहे. मग या पावसाच्या पाण्याचं होतं का, त्यालाच आपण वॉटर बॅलन्स असं म्हणतो. पडलेल्या पावसाचं होतं बघा, नीटपणे आपल्याला समजून घेतलं. तुम्ही जर नीट पाऊस पडताना बघितला तुमच्या लक्षात येईल पाण्याचा पहिला थेंब जो जमिनीवर पडतो त्याचं बाष्पीभवन होतं. तेव्हापासून जोपर्यंत पाणी उपलब्ध असतं तोपर्यंत त्याचं बाष्पीभवन होतं. द फॅमिलियर टर्म इज दॅट evapotranspiration. Familiar term for that is evapotranspiration. It is from soil and plants. जे पाणी प्रामुख्याने जमिनीवर पाण्याचे साठे आणि जमिनीमध्ये असलेले त्याला आपण माती, जमिनीवर असलेली माती, इथं जे पाणी आहे त्याचं बाष्पीभवन होतं आणि जमिनीमध्ये असलेल्या सर्व स्रोत मधून मिळणाऱ्या वनस्पतींना जे पाणी आहे त्यांच्या पानांमधून वनस्पती बाहेर टाकतात. या दोन्ही गोष्टींना म्हणजे जमिनीवरून मातीतलं पाणी, सरफेस सोर्सेस मधून असलेलं पाणी याचं जे बाष्पीभवन होतं आणि त्याचबरोबर वनस्पतींच्या पानांमधून जे बाष्प उत्सर्जन होतं या दोन्ही गोष्टीला evapotranspiration असं म्हणतात. इट इज फुल्ली डिपेंड ऑन दी क्लायमॅटिक कंडिशन, दॅट इज टेम्परेचर अँड अदर क्लायमॅटिक कंडिशन. पाण्याचं बाष्पीभवन जे जमिनीमधून होतं आणि वनस्पतींच्या पानांमधून उत्सर्जन होतं ते प्रामुख्याने वातावरणातली तापमान, वातावरणामध्ये असलेलं बाष्पाचं प्रमाण, वाऱ्याचं प्रमाण, दाब इत्यादी गोष्टींवरती ते अवलंबून असतं आणि त्यामुळे प्रदेशवार ते बदलतं, त्याची रचना बदलत असते. वेन वॉटर इज म्हणजे पाणी वेन fulfill the requirement for evapotranspiration, then it would be recharged in the soil. ते पाणी जे पावसाचं पाणी आहे ते कुठे साठवलं जातं, मातीमध्ये. बघा मातीमध्ये साठवलं जातं. बघा इव्हॅपोरेशन होत राहत आहे, मातीमध्ये पाणी साठवलंय. माती एकदा सॅच्युरेट झाली, माती 100% पावसा पाण्याने भरली की मग त्यातलं पाणी खाली ग्राउंड वॉटर मध्ये म्हणजेच ज्याला आपण भूजल ज्याला आपण म्हणतो त्याच्यामध्ये कन्वर्ट होतं, त्याच्यामध्ये साठवलं जातं. एकदा पाणी बघा पाणी जमिनीमध्ये मुरायचं बंद झालं की जमिनीवरून ते वाहू लागतं, त्याला रन ऑफ पण असं म्हणतो. आणि जे पाणी जमिनीमध्ये खडकांच्या पडींमध्ये मुरवलं जातं ते पुन्हा जमिनीवरती येतं, त्याला आपण झरा म्हणतो. आणि ते हळूहळू स्ट्रीम मध्ये म्हणजे खोलगट भागामध्ये जमा होऊन ते पुढे पुढे वाहत राहतं, त्याला आपण रिव्हर्स म्हणतो. थांबतं त्याला लेक वगैरे सरोवर वगैरे म्हणतो आणि शेवटी ते समुद्राला जाऊन मिळतं. म्हणजे आपल्या लक्षात येईल बघा की पावसाचं पाणी प्रामुख्यानं इव्हॅपोरेशन होतं, मातीमध्ये साठवलं जातं, भूजलामध्ये रूपांतरित होतं आणि रनऑफ म्हणजे वाहतं पाणी म्हणून वाहू लागतं. हे जी घटना, हे जे 100% पाणी जे आपल्याला पावसापासून मिळतं त्याला जे 100% मानलं तर त्याचं वितरण अशा प्रकारे होतं. हे पाणी जे पावसापासून उपलब्ध होतं त्या पाण्याच्या व्यवस्थापना मॅनेजमेंट वरती आपलं पाणी उपलब्धी अवलंबून असते असं आपल्याला लक्षात. आपण एक छोटी गोष्ट आपण बघूयात म्हणजे तुमच्या लक्षात मला जे म्हणायचं आहे. एकूण जे पाणी उपलब्ध असतं पुढे आपण बारकाईने विचार करणार आहोत त्यातला मुख्य पाण्याचा भाग, प्रमुख शेअर ऑफ वॉटर इज ऑलवेज स्टोरिंग इन द सॉइल. पाणी हे प्रामुख्यानं मातीमध्ये साठवलं जातं, मुख्य भाग मातीमध्येच असतो. पाणी पावसाच्या प्रमाणात आणि मातीच्या पाणी धारण क्षमतेच्या प्रमाणामध्ये ते बदलत जातं. आता तुमच्या लक्षात येईल बघा की एक गोष्ट तुम्हाला मला सांगायची आहे की मुंबईला पाठीमागे मोठा पूर आलेला होता. आता हा मुंबईचा आलेला पूर जो आहे, मिठी नदीला आलेला पूर आहे, पूर्वी एवढा कधीच पूर आलेला नव्हता आपण असं म्हणालो. आपल्याला अशी माहिती मिळाली होती. मग हे काय असतं तर मिठी नदीच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये मुंबईची जी मोठ्या प्रमाणात वाढ झाली, त्यामुळे तिथं पाणी जे जमिनीमध्ये साठवलं जात होतं, मातीमध्ये जे साठवलं जात होतं, इनपर्व्हियस जे आपण पाणी कठीण भाग, टणक भाग ज्याला आपण म्हणतो की ज्याच्यामध्ये पाणी मुरलं जात नाही, असं क्षेत्र वाढल्यामुळे सर्व पाणी नदीच्या पात्रामध्ये जमा झालं की जे पात्रामध्ये नदीच्या पात्रामध्ये जमा झालेलं पाणी नदीला ते वाहून घेऊन जाता येऊ शकलं नाही. एक गोष्ट आपल्याला या निमित्तानं पूर, मला सर त्या दिवशी म्हणाले की पूर कसे येतात, हेच त्याचं कारण आहे की नदीच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये, पाणलोट क्षेत्रामध्ये जे बदल घडून येत आहेत, मातीमध्ये जे पाणी साठवलं जातं, ती मातीच्या पाणी साठवण्याच्या क्षमतेमध्ये बदल झाला की पूर संख्येमध्ये बदल येतो. एक गोष्ट आपल्याला म्हणजे आम्ही जो काही थोडाफार अभ्यास करतो, मी थोडाफार असं म्हणालो, जो काही अभ्यास करतो त्याच्यातून असं निदर्शनास येत नाही, असं लक्षात येत नाही की जेवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये पूर येतात तेवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये पावसाच्या प्रमाणामध्ये बदल झालेला आहे. पण एक गोष्ट मात्र आपल्या लक्षात येते ती अशी, जेवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये पूर येत आहेत तेवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये तिथं असलेली जी भूमी आहे, द लँड कॅरेक्टरायझेशन जे आहे, लँड कॅरेक्टरिस्टिक्स आहे, लँडफॉर्म कॅरेक्टरिस्टिक्स आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये बदल करून येत आहे. तर फॉर एक्झाम्पल वी आर लुजिंग दी फॉरेस्ट कव्हर, ग्रास कव्हर, वी आर डगिंग दी सरफेस. आपण मोठ्या प्रमाणात खनन करतोय, तिथली माती काढून घेतोय, मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये आपण त्याचं सरफेस हार्डनिंग करतोय, म्हणजे सिमेंट, डांबर यांनी ते पक्क करतोय. परिणाम what happening here, so what quantum of water is stored, continuously stored, or this water, the soils are storing carrying the water from hundreds of years. The situation we are now changing, this water, the soil is not capable to hold this water, and that water is coming into the stream instant, and because of that we are getting the floods. So Dr. Kadam, Professor Kadam sir has been told me why this happening, please explain it. त्यांनी मला असं सांगितलं की पूर्वी लहानपणी असे पूर यायचे, मध्ये जे पूर येत होते आता परत पूर येताना आपल्याला दिसतात. येस, this is happening because of the changing scenario of this land surface characteristic, landform characteristic, and because of that this soil situation is now changing, so it is the major reason behind that we are getting the floods. So this is important and water balance. हे पाण्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये म्हणजे वॉटर बॅलन्स ज्याला आपण म्हणू त्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये मला वाटतंय ही बोलणं हे जास्त आवश्यक आहे, खरा स्वतंत्र विषय आहे, पण मला प्रामुख्यानं ही सिच्युएशन बघितल्यावर आपल्याला पुढे जाता येऊ शकेल असं लक्षात येतं. वेळ कमी आहे म्हणून मी थोडंसं परत एकदा गती घेतो, कारण हा विषय तसा मोठा आहे. बघा, how we manage the water resource and that how it will be fruitful for the human beings. Based on this,
आपल्याला शेवटचे 5 मिनिट, प्लीज शेवटचे 5 मिनिट आहेत, आम्हाला माफ करा, परंतु आम्ही तुम्हाला थांबतोय. काय सर 5 मिनिट? ओके सर.
गतीने जातो. जर बघा वॉटर बॅलन्स आपण पाहिलं, त्या वॉटर बॅलन्सच्या आधारे मातीच्या क्षमतेप्रमाणे मातीमध्ये किती पाणी राहणार, तिथल्या पाऊस बघा इथे एक साधारण 1000 मिलीमीटर पाऊस आहे आणि 100 मिलीमीटर वॉटर होल्ड करू शकणारी सॉइल खालची पट्टी आहे आणि शेवटची 300 मीटर आहे. तर आपल्या लक्षात येईल बघा की हे जे एवढा काळ आहे, म्हणजे 24वा आठवडा ते 47वा आठवडा, एवढ्या काळात पाणी चांगलं आहे मातीमध्ये आणि नंतर कमी कमी होत जातात. आता तीच गोष्ट इकडे आलं तर तुमच्या लक्षात येईल, जे एक ठिकाण आहे इथं 300 मिलीमीटर पाऊस पडतो, इथं आपल्याला कंटिन्युअसली ही जी डार्क लाईन दिसते ती इथं दिसत नाही. हे आपल्याला असं लक्षात येतं की सरासरी पावसाला माती इथलं पाणी जे आहे याचं जे कॅलेंडर आहे, म्हणजे जेव्हा पाऊस सुरू होतो तेव्हापासून किती काळापर्यंत पाणी जमिनीमध्ये राहणार याचा विचार आपल्याला इथं करता येतो आणि याच्या आधारावरती आपल्याला पिकांचं नियोजन करता येतं. पुढे एक टेबल आहे, मी तो दाखवतो, थोडं गतीनं मी पुढे जातो म्हणजे बघ पुढे लक्षात. एका प्रदेशामधलं आम्ही पाण्याचं कॅल्क्युलेशन केलं तर लक्षात आलं की जे पाणी आपण अडवतो, म्हणजे आपण जे पाण्यावरती प्रयोग करायचे म्हणालो ना, धरण बांधायचं, तलाव बांधायचा, पाणी जमिनीमध्ये मुरवायचं, या सगळ्याचं त्याला आपण सरप्लस वॉटर आफ्टर इव्हॅपोरेशन असं म्हटलं जातं. मगाशी आपण विचार केला, सरासरी पाऊस पडायचं तर 9% एवढंच असतं. त्याच्यापेक्षा कमी पाऊस झाला तर 2% आणि हळूहळू 20% ते वाढतं जर स्टँडर्ड डिव्हिएशन 1 पर्यंत असेल तर. म्हणजे तुमच्या लक्षात आलं असेल की पडणाऱ्या पावसाचं नेमकं होतं काय, तर पडणाऱ्या पावसाचं प्रामुख्याने मातीमध्ये ते पाणी थांबतं आणि त्याचं इव्हॅपोरेशन होतं, ते त्याला आपण वाफ होऊन वातावरणामध्ये निघून जातं. आपल्याला पाण्यावर जे प्रयोग करायचे तेवढंच पाणी आपल्यासाठी उपलब्ध असतं. पुढे आपण जाऊयात. एक छोटं फक्त की सुदूर संवेदनाच्या आधारे आपल्याला अशा प्रकारे मातीमध्ये पाणी किती आहे त्याचे आपल्याला अशा प्रकारे नकाशे तयार करता येतात. ज्यांना कोणाला खोलात जाऊन काम करायचं आहे, खोलात जाऊन अभ्यास करायचा आहे, त्यांना अशा प्रकारची सूत्र आणि ते खोलात जाऊन ज्यांना कोणाला करायचं त्यांना आमच्याशी जर संपर्क केला तर आपण याबद्दल बारकाव्यानं अभ्यास करू शकू. पण एवढं मात्र इथे लक्षात ठेवूया की सुदूर संवेदन तंत्राचा वापर करून कोणत्या क्षेत्रात कुठल्या जमिनीमध्ये किती पाणी आहे आणि कंटिन्युअसली जर आपण त्या नकाशे तयार केली तर आपल्याला त्याचं कॅलेंडर एक प्रकारे एस्टॅब्लिश करता येऊ शकतं. तर त्या दृष्टीने सुद्धा नव्या संशोधनाच्या वाटा या दृष्टीने बघता येऊ शकतात. पुढे आम्ही एक माझ्या पीएचडीच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना एक काम केलं की आपण हे पाण्याचं कन्झर्वेशन संवर्धन करायचं आपल्याला. ते कसं करायचं, त्याच्यासाठी आपल्याला काय जमीन निवडावी लागेल, त्याच्यासाठी हे सगळे पॅरामीटर्स आहेत, म्हणजे नदीच्या संबंधातले, जमिनीच्या संबंधातले, आणि त्या पॅरामीटरचा वापर करून आपल्याला काही मेथॉडॉलॉजी वापरून असं करता येऊ शकतं की सर्वप्रथम कोणती वॉटरसेट पहिली निवडायची, कोणती वॉटरसेट नंतर निवडायची, कोणत्या प्रकारची कामं करायची, याबद्दलचा आपल्याला नकाशांचा वापर करून त्या क्षेत्राचा आपल्याला निवड करता येऊ शकते. आणि त्याच्यासाठी मग लँडफॉर्म, मगाशी आपण म्हणणार ना, भूमी, तिथले जे भूआकार आहे, त्याची रचना आहे, नदी आहे, पाऊस आहे, पिण्याचं तिथं पडलेला तिथं असलेली माती आहे, या अनेक गोष्टींचा विचार करून आपल्याला अशा प्रकारे एक शिस्तबद्ध पद्धतीनं त्या प्रदेशाचं विश्लेषण करून आपल्याला कोणत्या क्षेत्रामध्ये काय काम करायचं हे आपल्याला ठरवता येऊ शकतं. पुढे एक नकाशा मला दाखवायचा आहे. बघा, हे संवर्धनाची कामं करताना बघितलं आपण मगाशी पाणी कुठून मिळतं आपल्याला. हे लक्षात ठेवलं पाहिजे की पाणी अडवण्यासाठी, पाणी जिरवण्यासाठी, पाण्याबद्दल व्यवस्थापन करण्यासाठी आपल्याला जी जमीन शालो म्हणजे वरकड जमीन आहे, जिथं उताराची जमीन आहे, जिथं माती खोल नाही, तिथंच आपल्याला मोठ्या प्रमाणात वाहतं पाणी मिळतं. खोल जमिनीमध्ये पाणी साठवून ठेवलं जातं, तर पावसाचं पाणी जिथं मुरतं तिथं आपल्याला ही कामं फारशी करता येत नाही. हा एक सुदूर संवेदनाचा वापर करून मी हा एक नकाशा बनवलेला होता आणि त्याच्या आधारे कोणत्या क्षेत्रामध्ये काय कामं करता येऊ शकतील, काय आपल्याला अचिव्हमेंट करता येऊ शकते, याबद्दलचा हा नकाशा आहे. आणि याच्यामध्ये बघा, तुमच्या लक्षात येईल की आत्ता असलेलं जंगल इथे दिसतं, ते हिरव्या रंगाने दाखवलं, आणि जिथे निळा रंग आहे तिथं आपल्याला पाणी आणि मातीच्या संवर्धनाची कामं आपल्याला करता येऊ शकतात, मोठ्या प्रमाणावर कामं करता येऊ शकतात. अशा प्रकारची ही मांडणी, अशा प्रकारचे नकाशे आपल्याला करता येऊ शकतात, ही या उदाहरणावरून आपल्या लक्षात येऊ शकेल. 2 मिनिटं मी फक्त घेतो. हा एक दुसरा नकाशा आहे. बघा, एक जमीन, एक क्षेत्र आहे आमच्या पश्चिम घाटातलं आहे, आणि तिथं कोणत्या जमिनीवरती कशा प्रकारे शेतीच्या संबंधामध्ये कामं करता येऊ शकतात याची मांडणी, याचा नकाशा आपल्याला तयार करता आलेला आहे. आणि त्याच्या आधारावरती आम्ही पुढे एक मगाशी आपण जे बघितलं की मातीमध्ये असलेल्या पाण्याचे कॅलेंडर, जमिनीची वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारची क्षमता आणि तिथं असलेली त्याची सुटेबिलिटी याचा आधार घेऊन आपल्याला कोणत्या जमिनीमध्ये कोणत्या काळात किती काळ पाण्याची उपलब्ध असतात आणि कोणत्या प्रकारचं पिकाची आपल्याला लागवड करता येऊ शकते. उदाहरणार्थ, खोल माती आहे, खोल मृदा आहे, तिथं आपल्याला 174 दिवस जमिनीमध्ये चांगलं पाणी मिळू शकतं, तिथं भाताचं उत्पादन आणि या जाती घेता येऊ शकतात. तर मॉडरेट डीप सॉइल मध्ये 166 दिवस पाणी असतं, आणि म्हणून त्यांच्यासाठी एवढ्या 125 ते 130 दिवस ज्यांच्या भाताच्या जाती तयार होतात त्यांची लागवड करता येऊ शकते. आपल्या लक्षात आलं असेल आता की आपण ही जी अनालिसिस केली, विश्लेषण केली, त्याच्या आधारावरती पाण्याचं व्यवस्थापन आणि पिकांचं नियोजन आपल्याला करता येऊ शकतं. आणि मग पुढे इरिगेशन परफॉर्मन्स वगैरे अनालिसिस करून आपल्याला त्याची मांडणी करता येऊ शकते. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. थँक्यू टू ऑल ऑफ यू, especially School of Chemical Sciences and all the staff member of this department of this my friend Professor Avinash Kadam and all of all the friends from the university and the audience, especially small children are there now who have attended my presentation. I'm very thankful. Thank you all of you.
हा, थँक्यू. खरं तर मला आणि ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटीचे चेअरमन मॅडम आहेत, त्यांना सगळ्यांनाच एक वेगळ्याच संभ्रमात आहोत की कसं तुम्हाला थांबवायचं. परंतु आमचा अगदीच नाईलाज आहे सर, कारण पुढे आणखीन 3-4 लेक्चर्स आहेत आणि त्यामुळे आम्हाला माफ करा. आम्ही तुमच्या या पद्धतीच्या मांडणीचा भविष्यात निश्चित लाभ घेऊ. एवढं बोलून मी डॉक्टर विजय भगत सर, जे की आमचे मित्र आहेत आणि पाणी माती आणि शेत शिवार याच्यासाठी काम करणारा आमचा मित्र आहे, त्यांचे मी विद्यापीठाच्या वतीनं नॅशनल सायन्स डे च्या ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटीच्या वतीनं, सर्वांच्या वतीनं, पार्टिसिपंटच्या वतीनं मी आभार व्यक्त करतो. आणि पुढील लेक्चरची सुरुवात करण्यासाठी प्रोफेसर LH कांबळे सर यांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी सूत्र हातात घ्यावी. धन्यवाद.
यापूर्वी आपण पाहूयात की आजचे नंतरचे रिसोर्स पर्सन हे जॉईन झालेले आहेत का. आय रिक्वेस्ट चव्हाण सर टू जॉईन दिस मीट. आशिष चव्हाण सर जॉईन झालेले आहेत का.
नाही, आणखीन त्यांनी रिक्वेस्ट पाठवली जॉईन करण्यासाठी.
ओके ओके ओके, वी विल जॉईन.
त्यांना परत एकदा कॉल करावा.
येस,
मी तसं सरांना मेसेज टाकला आताच, लिंकही दिली, फक्त फोन करा की जॉईन.
येस येस येस, आय कॅन ॲडमिट यू. येस, नाउ सर रिक्वेस्ट इज देअर. सो Professor Dr. Shivaji Chauhan is joined for this Zoom meet. It's our pleasure that Professor Dr. Vijay Bhagat sir has delivered a very useful and fruitful पाणीदार असं त्यांचं व्याख्यान आपल्याला पाहायला मिळालं आहे. कृतीतून व्याख्यान म्हणजे केवळ भाषण नाही, तर कृतीतून त्यांनी ते प्रयोग केलेले आहे आणि प्रयोगशीलतेच्या माध्यमातून स्वयं अनुभवाद्वारे त्यांनी विविध पाण्याच्या समस्या आणि उपाययोजना यांची अतिशय सुंदर मांडणी केलेली आहे. धन्यवाद सर. यानंतरचं व्याख्यान आहे प्रोफेसर शिवाजी चव्हाण यांचं. I welcome Professor Shivaji Chauhan sir, who is Director of School of Life Sciences. Sir, are you joined this program? Chauhan sir, am I audible?
Yes madam, yes, audible.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Sir. Thank you sir. I request Professor Dr. LH Kamble sir to introduce today's resource person Chauhan sir. LH Kamble sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, organizers. मला चव्हाण सरांचं इंट्रोडक्शन करून देण्याची संधी दिल्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. आता चव्हाण सर म्हणजे एक असा हरवणारी व्यक्तिमत्व आहे आमच्या स्कूलचं की त्यांच्याकडून जेवढं शिकावं तेवढं कमी आहे. प्रोफेसर ही 45+ विद्यापीठाला, राज्याला नव्हे तर आपल्या देशाला सुद्धा एक स्वाभिमानाचा तुरा सरांनी आपल्याला दिलेला आहे. सरांनी अंटार्क्टिकेची सैर करून आलेले आहेत आणि आपल्या सर्वांना तिथे जाण्यासाठी संधी उपलब्ध आहे. त्याचे मार्गदर्शन सर वेळोवेळी करतात. त्या गोष्टीचा फायदा घ्या. जेवढे काही तरुण रिसर्चर्स आहेत त्यांनी सरांच्या मार्गदर्शनाचा जरूर फायदा घ्यावा. सरांचं टीचिंग, लर्निंग, रिचरिंग याच्या सोबतच त्यांचा सायंटिफिक आउटलुक जो आहे तो अतिशय दांडगा आहे, ब्रॉड माइंड आहे. त्याच्यामुळे कोणालाही सर केव्हाही उपलब्ध असतात. आणि याशिवाय त्यांच्याकडून खरंच शिकण्यासारखी गोष्ट म्हणजे प्रोफेसर 45+ तरी सुद्धा सर दररोज 30 किलोमीटर सायकलवर जाऊ येतात. असा फिजिकली फिट माणूस आज आमच्या स्कूलला भेटलेला आहे. So not only physically fit, his mind is also very nice and broadly open. He always welcomes everyone with his great ideas. आणि अशा माणसाला जास्त ओळखीची गरज त्याच्या करून द्यायची गरज पडत नाही. तुम्ही केव्हाही या आणि सरांना भेटा. वेळ फार कमी आहे आणि सरांजवळ बोलण्यासारखं खूप काही आहे. त्याच्यामुळे सरांचं कार्य हे त्यांचं परिचय राहील अशी माझी भावना व्यक्त करतो आणि माझा परिचय संपुष्टात आणतो. सरजी, प्लीज स्टार्ट युअर प्रेझेंटेशन.
Yes. मॅडम ते डिस्प्ले झालं
Yes,
का?
we are sharing the screen of Professor Chauhan sir.
Okay. So just I will explain and I will tell that please proceed. Then you can go for next. Okay. Display. So welcome to all on the National Science Day 2020, which is led to celebrate by School of Chemical Sciences of this university. And I welcome all participants for this event. So today's talk is actually this is a common presentation, but I will talk in various different as per the theme we can discuss on this issue. So science and research in Antarctica and integrated. Yes.
सर, शाळेतील मुलं पण आहेत, त्याच्यामुळे तुम्ही मराठी बोललं तरी थोडंफार चालते.
Okay. Science and research at Antarctica, an integrated approach. This is the title. First slides, तुम्ही first slide बघितली असेल, ज्याच्यामध्ये की पुन्हा एकदा मी रिक्वेस्ट करतो की पहिली स्लाइड जरा डिस्प्ले करा. पहिली फर्स्ट स्लाइड डिस्प्ले प्लीज. बॅक घ्या. हॅलो.
Okay, sir. Okay.
ठीक आहे, जाऊ दे. चला नेक्स्ट आहे की नाही. सो दिस इज अबाउट इंट्रोडक्शन टू अंटार्क्टिका. अंटार्क्टिका खंड काय आहे त्याचं हे इंट्रोडक्शनचं स्लाइड आहे. मॅडम, आय एम ऑडिबल?
यस सर, आवाज येतो.
एम आय ऑडिबल? येतो का आवाज? येतो का?
Audible, sir. Sir, you are audible. Continue.
Yes.
ओके. या प्रेझेंटेशनला शाळेमधले मुलं सुद्धा असल्यामुळं आणि आपल्या भागामधले जे काही प्राध्यापक आहे आणि टीचर्स आहे, काही कॉलेजचे मुलं पण असतील, त्यांच्यासाठी प्रेझेंटेशनचं हे सगळं कंटेंट इंग्लिशमध्ये आहे, पण थोडं हायब्रिड मोड, थोडं इंग्लिश थोडं मराठी असं कंटेंट मी एक्सप्लेन करायचा प्रयत्न करेल. आजकाल फार काही अवघड नाही. पहिल्यांदा हे इंट्रोडक्शन होईल, अंटार्क्टिका काय आहे आणि तिथं रिसर्चच्या ऑपॉर्च्युनिटीज काय आहेत याबद्दल आपल्याला बोलायचं आहे. अंटार्क्टिकाला साऊथ पोल म्हणतात, दक्षिण ध्रुव, आणि तो भारतापासून जवळपास 14,000 किलोमीटर दूर आहे. वेगवेगळ्या देशांपासून अंटार्क्टिकाचं अंतर वेगवेगळं आहे. फॉर एक्झाम्पल, चिली देशापासून किंवा न्यूझीलंड पासून अंटार्क्टिका खूप जवळ आहे, 2-2.5 हजार किलोमीटर पर्यंत आहे, आपल्याला फार दूर आहे. असं व्हेरिएशन आहे. रशियापासून अंटार्क्टिकाला जायचं तर आपल्यापेक्षा जास्त अंतर क्रॉस करावं लागेल, कारण रशिया उत्तर गोलार्धात, अंटार्क्टिका दक्षिण गोलार्ध. हे असं व्हेरिएशन आहे. आपल्याला 2 मार्गाने जाता येतं, विमानाने जाता येतं आणि समुद्र मार्गे जाता येतं. 22 ते 25 तास विमानाचं ट्रॅव्हल आहे आणि 1.5 महिन्याच्या कालावधीमध्ये आपण जहाजाचा वापर करून अंटार्क्टिकाला जाऊ शकतो. मी विमानाने गेलो होतो, त्यामुळं जहाजाचा मला अनुभव नाही. अंटार्क्टिका खंडाबद्दल बोलायचं जर झालं तर हा खंड इतर सगळ्या खंडांपासून डिटॅच आहे, वेगळा आहे, कुठंच कनेक्टिव्हिटी नाही. मग आजूबाजूला जो समुद्र आहे तो त्याला सदर्न ओशन म्हणतात, दक्षिण महासागर असं म्हणता येईल. खरं म्हणजे महासागरांना कुठेही असं काही बाउंड्री नाही, कुठं काही भिंत घातलेली नाही, आपणच नाव ठेवलेलं आहे इकडचा हा अटलांटिक, पॅसिफिक वगैरे. तसं अंटार्क्टिकाच्या भोवताली जो समुद्र आहे त्याला सदर्न ओशन असं नाव दिलेलं आहे, दक्षिण महासागर असं आपण म्हणू शकतो. या स्लाइड मध्ये अंटार्क्टिका बद्दलचे काही कॅरेक्टर्स याच्यामध्ये मी सांगितलेले आहेत. अंटार्क्टिकावर पाऊस पडत नाही, पण जगामध्ये पाऊस पडण्यासाठी लागणारं सगळं वातावरण अंटार्क्टिकावर तयार होतं. हे सगळे समुद्रातले प्रवाह जे आहेत, समुद्र प्रवाह आणि वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे हे मान्सून घेऊन येणारे वारे जे आहेत, हवा, बाष्प घेऊन येणार, हे सगळं अंटार्क्टिकावरचं वातावरण आणि आजूबाजूच्या समुद्रातल्या वातावरणाकडून वेगवेगळ्या खंडाकडं हवा वाहते. उदाहरणार्थ दक्षिण गोलार्धाकडून ते विषुववृत्ताकडं, विषुववृत्ताकडून दक्षिण गोलार्धाकडं पाणी आणि हवा या दोन्हीचंही सतत वहन चालूच असतं. आपल्याला भूगोलात जायचं नाही, तुम्ही एक लक्षात ठेवा, भारतामध्ये मिळणारा पाऊस हा अंटार्क्टिकावरच्या वातावरणाची स्थिती कशी आहे, तिकडली हवा कशी आहे याच्यावरच हे सगळं ठरत असतं. हे आपल्याला विसरायला नको. अंटार्क्टिकावर कुणाचाही हक्क नाही, हक्क म्हणजे कुणाच्या मालकीचा हा खंड नाही. खूप मोठा आहे खंड, भारतापेक्षा 4-5 पट मोठा, किंवा अमेरिका आणि भारत हे 2 देश जर एकत्र केले जेवढा भूभाग होईल तेवढा म्हणजे अंटार्क्टिका आहे. असं काही फार छोटा हे खंड नाही, इट्स व्हेरी ह्यूज. तरी याच्यावर कुण्याही देशाची जगातल्या मालकी नाही, ते नोमॅन्स लँड आहे. तरीही जगातले सगळ्या देशातल्या कुण्याही माणसाला अंटार्क्टिकावर जाण्याचं परवानगी आहे. फक्त कशासाठी जायचं, तिथं जाऊन काय करणार, हे तुम्हाला जे एजन्सीज घेऊन जातात त्यांना सांगावं लागतं. पर्यटनासाठी सुद्धा आजकाल अंटार्क्टिकाचा वापर व्हायला लागला. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली ही एक प्रकारची मानवाची घुसखोरी आहे, कारण अंटार्क्टिका ट्रीटीमध्ये अंटार्क्टिकाच्या अभ्यासासाठी किंवा सायन्ससाठी हा अंटार्क्टिका खंड वापरायचा असं सगळं जगानं ठरवलं असून सुद्धा पर्यटनासाठी हे सगळं आजकाल वापरल्या चाललंय. विशेषतः अमेरिकन जे सेंटर्स आहेत, स्टेशन्स आहेत अंटार्क्टिकावरचे, त्यांनी हे पर्यटन सुरू केलंय. अर्जेंटिना काही प्रमाणात हे पर्यटक तिथे घेऊन जातं. मात्र पर्यटन हे फार कमी काळासाठी असतं, 1-2 दिवस माणसांना तिथं नेलं जातं आणि वापस आणलं जातं. अंटार्क्टिकावर पॅथोजन्स जवळपास नाही, त्याच्यामुळं एक्सपायरी डेट फूडला नाही. ओके, सगळ्यात मोठा शत्रू आहे तो कोल्ड. थंडीमुळं माणसाला जगण्या मरण्याच्या पासून या सगळ्या तारेवरच्या कसरतीवर तिथं चालावं लागतं. अंटार्क्टिकावर गेला आणि काहीतरी रोग झाला, माणूस मेला किंवा काहीतरी इन्फेक्शन कधी होत नाही, सहसा होत नाही. पॅथोजन्स नाहीतच असं म्हणत नाही, फार रेअर आहे. सहसा पाण्यामधून किंवा समुद्रातून पॅथोजन इन्फेक्शन होऊ शकतं, पण तुम्ही बर्फावर आहे मेनलँडला, तिथं काही इन्फेक्शन वगैरे चान्स नाही. डेड अॅनिमल्स हे विदाउट डिकम्पोजिशन, त्याच्यामुळेच तरी 300-400 वर्ष जसेच्या तसे. फूड सुद्धा समजा अंटार्क्टिक एक्सपिडिशन 1984 ला सुरू झालं, त्यावेळेसचे काही फूड पॅकेट्स आज सुद्धा आपल्याला तिथे जाऊन खाता येतात. त्याच्यामुळं एक्सपायरी नाही. आज तयार केलेलं फूड तुम्ही 8 दिवसांनी खाऊ शकता, त्याच्यात काही बदल होणार नाही. हे अशा प्रकारचं वातावरण आहे. ऑक्सिजन अंटार्क्टिकावर आहे का नाही हा खूप वेळेस प्रश्न मला विचारला जातो. सगळ्यात जास्त पृथ्वीवर ऑक्सिजन ओके, कारण दुसरे गॅसेसचं प्रमाण कमी आहे. अंटार्क्टिकावर झाडं नाहीत, कोणत्या वनस्पती नाही, शेवाळ फार कमी प्रमाणात कुठं कुठं आहे, मॉसेस आहे. मग हा ऑक्सिजन येतो कुठून असं पण विचारलं जातं. ऑक्सिजन येतो तो आपल्या भूमध्य रेषेकडून किंवा आफ्रिका खंडामध्ये जे काही आणि दक्षिण अमेरिका खंडामध्ये जे काही फॉरेस्ट आहे, या बेल्ट मधून अंटार्क्टिकाकडे सगळा हा ऑक्सिजनचा गॅसेस तुम्हाला स्टडी करावा लागेल त्यासाठी. पण ऑक्सिजन भरपूर आहे लक्षात ठेवा. युव्ही रेज खूप आहे, अल्ट्राव्हायोलेट रेज खूप आहे. अंटार्क्टिकावर 6 महिन्यासाठी जवळपास रफली दिवस असतो. 6 महिन्याचा पिरियड हा नाईट असतो, म्हणजे एक्झॅक्ट 6 महिने कम्प्लीट अंधार असतो असं म्हणता येत नाही. जसं जसं हिवाळा येत जाईल तसा तसा लाईट पिरियड कमी होतो, डार्क पिरियड वाढतो, टेम्परेचर सुद्धा कमी व्हायला लागतं. ऍव्हरेज टेम्परेचर -10 असतं कधीही जा तुम्ही, आणि -10 ते -38 असतं. एवढं फ्लक्च्युएटिंग याच्यासाठी असतं की अंटार्क्टिकावर हवा कधी किती किलोमीटर स्पीडनं वाहेल याचा काही नेम नाही. हायली अनप्रेडिक्टेड एन्व्हायरमेंट आहे अंटार्क्टिकाचं. त्यामुळं तुम्ही इथं कितीही जरी पुस्तकं वाचली आणि काही प्लॅन केलं आणि तिथं जाऊन संशोधन करायचं ठरवलं तर तिथलं वातावरण तुम्हाला सूट होईल आणि तुमचे सगळे प्लॅन सक्सेस होतीलच का नाही, किंवा सगळं रिसर्च सक्सेसफुल होईल का नाही याच्याबद्दल काही गॅरंटी देता येत नाही. त्यामुळं तिथं जाऊन राहणं हाच एक मोठा चॅलेंजिंग पार्ट असतो. तुम्ही तिथं राहिले, जिवंत राहिले आणि सगळं काम करताय म्हणजे खूप मोठं झालं. काय काम करताय त्याचं इव्हॅल्युएशन नंतर होईल, पण तुम्ही गेले तिथं काहीतरी काम ठरलेल्यानुसार काहीतरी पर्सेंटेज केलं, 100% बऱ्याचदा होतच नाही ठरवलेलं. काहीतरी करून वापस आले म्हणजेच तुमचं सक्सेस आहे असं मला म्हणता येईल. कारण माझा एक्सपिडिशनचा एक्सपिरियन्स अनुभव फक्त एकाच एक्सपिडिशनचा आहे. मी 4 महिने तिथे राहिलो, प्रवासामध्येच 1-1.5 महिना गेला. कुणी जर ठरवलं की मला पण अंटार्क्टिकाला जायचंय तर त्याला एक्सपिडिशन हा एक मार्ग आहे, पर्यटन दुसरं आहे. पर्यटनातून अंटार्क्टिकाला जायचं असेल तर तुम्हाला अमेरिकेला जावं लागेल. अमेरिका अरेंज करतात ते हार्डली 1-2 दिवस तुम्हाला नेतील, 4 दिवस तिथं त्या वातावरणाचा अनुभव देतील आणि परत, कारण लिव्हिंग कॉस्ट अंटार्क्टिकावर खूप आहे. इंडियन करन्सी मध्ये तुम्ही 4-5 दिवस जर अंटार्क्टिकावर राहिले आणि परत आले, जाण्याचा येण्याचा खर्च, राहण्याचा खर्च जवळपास 1.5 कोटी रुपये होतो, 1-1.5 करोड रुपये. इमॅजिन करा 4 महिने राहिलं तर किती खर्च लागेल. त्याचं कारण असं आहे की इथून अंटार्क्टिकावर काहीच नाही, दगड बर्फ जर सोडला आणि भरपूर ऑक्सिजन जर सोडला, चांगलं क्लिअर वॉटर, तर मिनरल्स वगैरे आहेत जसे की आपल्याकडचे तिकडे आहे. कारण भारताचाच अंटार्क्टिका हा भाग होता ज्यावेळेस कॉन्टिनेंटल त्यावेळेस या आशियापासून वेगळं झालं दक्षिण अमेरिका, उत्तर अमेरिका, नंतर मग एशिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया प्लेट पासून ऑस्ट्रेलिया वेगळं झालं आणि हे असं इव्होल्युशन आपल्याला माहिती आहे. तर अंटार्क्टिका आणि भारताची पूर्व किनारपट्टी जी आहे तीच किनारपट्टी चालू असतं. त्याच्यामुळं तिथं ह्या बेसिक गोष्टी जर सोडल्या तर अंटार्क्टिकावर मार्केट नाही किंवा कोणते शॉप नाही, दुकान नाही, काही खरेदी करा म्हटलं तुम्हाला, नथिंग इज देयर. मग फूड नाही, जे इकडून तुम्ही न्याल तेच सगळं वापरावं लागेल. म्हणून इथून ट्रान्सपोर्टेशन सुद्धा नाही. अंटार्क्टिकावर तुम्ही म्हणाल की पेट्रोलच्या विहिरी असतील आणि इंधन असेल, काही नाही. नो इंडस्ट्री, नो एनी प्रोडक्शन, नो ॲग्रिकल्चर, सगळं नोच आहे. What is yes? Yes is only snow, ice, very cold water, huge oxygen आणि वेगवेगळ्या देशांचे 1000 ते 2000, 5000 किलोमीटर अंतरावर असलेले स्टेशन. तुम्ही भारताच्या स्टेशनवर जर तुम्ही थांबले, तुम्ही म्हटले की आता माणसांना कोणाला भेटायचंय, बाहेर निघायला तुम्हाला काही दिसणार नाही. हिवाळ्यात तर लिटरली अंधार राहील, पक्षी नाही, प्राणी नाही, काहीच नाही. पक्षी प्राणी अंटार्क्टिकावर नेटिव्ह कोणीच नाही. फक्त उन्हाळ्याच्या पिरियड मध्ये साधारणतः ऑक्टोबर ते फेब्रुवारीच्या दरम्यान पेंग्विन्स आणि सील्स एवढेच आणि काही पेट्रोल्स हे मायग्रेट करून ब्रीडिंग संपलं, पिलं निघाले जातात पुन्हा आपल्या मेनलँडकडे. म्हणून स्टेशन सायंटिस्ट हिवाळ्यामध्ये कोणीही राहत नाही, बाहेर निघणं मुश्किल आहे. अंधार असतो, खूप वारा असतं, लिटरली जसं सायक्लोन किंवा टॉर्नेडो आपण कधी कधी डिस्कव्हरीवर बघतो तेवढ्या स्पीडनं वारा असतं. अंटार्क्टिकावरच्या हायेस्ट स्पीड वाऱ्याची नोंदली गेलेली आहे 370 किलोमीटर पर आवर. ओके, फ्रेंच स्टेशनच्या आजूबाजूला ही स्पीड 19 समथिंग 80च्या पिरियड मध्ये त्याच्या आधी नोंदलेली आहे. खूप कमी तापमान, सगळं हार्श कंडिशन आहे, एवढं मात्र नक्की. म्हणून लिव्हिंग कॉस्ट जास्त आहे, कारण इथूनच नेलं जातं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज डिस्प्ले. हॅलो मॅडम.
येस सर, इट इज नेक्स्ट.
हा ओके. हा 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 पुढे गेली, पण ठीक आहे, असू द्या असू द्या. याच्यामध्ये बरंच स्किप झालेलं आहे. या स्लाइड मध्ये बिकॉज वी हॅव ओनली 8 to 10 मिनिट्स टाइम, नुसतं स्लाइड डिस्प्ले केलं तरी हे होऊन जाईल. एरिया दिलेला आहे 140 लाख स्क्वेअर किलोमीटर. 91% ऑफ प्युअर फ्रेश वॉटर इज ऍट अंटार्क्टिका. पृथ्वीवरचं सगळ्यात जास्त पाण्याचा, गोड्या पाण्याचा साठा अंटार्क्टिकावर आहे. सगळीकडे पाणी संपलं तरी एक आशा मात्र नक्की आहे की आपल्याला अंटार्क्टिकाहून पाणी आणावं लागेल, पण तोपर्यंत राहील का नाही पता नाही. कारण एवढं मेल्टिंग फास्ट व्हायला लागले की बरेचसे भाग अंटार्क्टिकावरचे मेल्टिंग होऊन उघडे पडायला लागलेले आहे. म्हणजे खंड दिसायला लागला, दगड दिसायला लागले, बेट दिसायला लागलेले आहे. म्हणजे बर्फ वितळायचं काम खूप जोरात चालू आहे. तिथं पाऊस पडत नसल्यामुळे पावसाचं रूपांतर बर्फामध्ये होत नाही. जो काही स्नो येतो तो डिपॉझिट होऊनच हा बर्फ तयार होतो, आणि हे पण प्रमाण आजकाल कमी व्हायला लागलं. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली जे डेफिनेशन आहे त्या अंटार्क्टिकासाठी आता बदलायला लागल्या. पाऊस पडत नाही म्हटलं तर काही अंटार्क्टिक पेनिन्सुलाचा जो भाग आहे त्या ठिकाणी अशामध्ये पाऊस पडल्याचे पण नोंद आहे. म्हणजे पाऊस अतिशय चिन्ह आहे. ओके, एक सांगता येईल वेळ कमी आहे. अंटार्क्टिका मेल्टिंग होत आहे. मेल्टिंग जर कम्प्लीट अंटार्क्टिका मेल्ट झालं तर 60 मीटर एवढं, 60 मीटर पर्यंत पाण्याचं लेवल वाढेल, यात शंका नाही. कोविडची जशी साथ आली सगळ्या जगावर आणि त्याचे आणि हाहाकार माजला, आणि जसं की म्हणतात की दर 100-125 वर्षांनी पृथ्वीवर काय तर संकट येतं. दुसरं संकट नक्की हेच आहे पक्का. पॅथोजनचं मला माहित नाही, पण भौगोलिक संकट हे राहील की 120 ते 150 फूटपर्यंत, 150 फुटापर्यंत समुद्राचं, सगळ्या जगातल्या पूर्ण कोणत्याही समुद्राचं नाव घ्या तुम्ही, 150 फुटापर्यंत पाण्याचं लेवल वाढेल. आणि एवढं सगळं पाणी घुसेल ह्या सगळ्या खंडामध्ये, म्हणजे मुंबई समुद्र किनाऱ्याचं पाणी इकडं लोणावळ्यापर्यंत येईल, म्हणजे खाली खोपोलीपर्यंत येईल. कोकण किनारपट्टी बुडून जाईल, जिथे जिथे 150-160 फुटापर्यंत पाणी जाईल. असं सगळ्या अमेरिका असो किंवा युरोप असो या ठिकाणी हे पाण्याचं लेवल वाढल्यामुळे असं प्रिडिक्शन आहे की 150 वर्षांनी, जास्त नाही इथून पुढं, की जवळपास 400-500 कोटी विस्थापित तयार होतील. आणि त्या दरम्यान असाही चान्स आहे की एखादा नवीन खंड तयार होईल, मग तिकडे जातील आणि बर्फ वितळल्यामुळं अंटार्क्टिकावरचं वातावरण माणसांसाठी राहण्यासाठी सोयीस्कर होईल आणि हे सगळे विस्थापित पुन्हा अंटार्क्टिकाकडे जातील. ओके, त्यावेळेस वातावरण ओके राहील. हे असे प्रेडिक्शन्स आहेत आणि त्या दिशेनंच हे सगळं चाललेलं आहे. आज तुम्ही जर संशोधन रिसर्च पेपर वाचत असाल किंवा वाचा तुम्ही, तर तुम्हाला कळेल की मेल्टिंग रेट आर्क्टिकला जास्त आहे, पण अंटार्क्टिकाचा पण जोरातच आहे, यात काही वाद नाही. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. नेक्स्ट ओके, याच्यामध्ये आपला रूट सांगितलेला आहे की कुठून जायचं, कसं जायचं. याच्यामध्ये सो दिस स्लाइड एक्सप्लेन्स a kind of aircraft which is used. एअरक्राफ्ट असतात जे की बर्फावर उतरू शकतील असं. हे यामध्ये माझा फोटो दिसतोय की आम्ही ह्या एअरक्राफ्टनी केपटाऊन टू अंटार्क्टिका हे 4500 किलोमीटरचं जवळपास अंतर नॉनस्टॉप गेलो होतो. हेही गॅरंटी नाही की तुम्ही केपटाऊनवर निघाले, केपटाऊनला कसं पोहोचायचं तो रूट कुठून असू शकतो. दुबई असतो किंवा इथिओपियावरून असतो किंवा बऱ्याचदा बहारीनवरून पण असतो. अनेक मार्गाने केपटाऊन पर्यंत जावं. तिथून पुढे मात्र एकच रस्ता आहे आणि तिथून निघाल्यानंतर तुम्ही पोहोचालच असं नाही, कारण मध्ये कुठंच काही नाही, दुसरं काही ऍक्सेस नाही. आणि म्हणून सहसा अंटार्क्टिका जवळ आलं म्हटलं तरी तुम्ही लँडिंग व्हाल असं काही नाही. जोपर्यंत तिथं वातावरण ओके वाटत नाही तोपर्यंत, कन्फर्मेशन होत नाही तोपर्यंत हे लँड होत नाही, पुन्हा वापस केपटाऊनला येतं. अशी बरेचदा उदाहरणं घडतात. आमच्या वेळेस असं काही झालं नाही. वी लँडेड सेफली. अंटार्क्टिकावर एअर विमानतळ वगैरे असं बांधलेलं काही नाही. पुढे तुम्हाला फोटो मध्ये दिसेल. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. हा विमान हे जे तुम्ही आधी बघितलं त्याच्यातला आतला सीन आहे. असं काही भलतं कम्फर्टेबल नाही. मध्ये सामान भरलेलं असतं. वेगवेगळे सायंटिफिक इक्विपमेंट्स आहे. जागा मिळेल तसे ते सायंटिस्ट असतात. सायंटिस्ट आणि लॉजिस्टिक स्टाफ, ड्रायव्हर असतील, कुक असेल किंवा स्टेशन मेंटेनन्सचे काही एक्सपर्ट्स असतील, इंजिनियर्स असतील, या व्यतिरिक्त दुसरं कोणतं पॅसेंजर नसतं, कारण तिकडं कोण जाणारच नाही. ओके. अंटार्क्टिकावर जाण्यासाठी बोर्डिंग पास नाही. हा नॅशनल पासपोर्ट असतो. हा जो पर्सनल पासपोर्ट असतो तो नसून व्हाईट पासपोर्ट असतो. अंटार्क्टिका ते पुन्हा कोणी चेक करत नाही प्लेन काय तुम्ही संपलं ते तो तुमचे माणसं येऊन तिकडे घेऊन जातात स्टेशनकडे. कारण चेक स्टॅम्प मारायचा कोणाचा. समजा तुम्ही इथून आफ्रिकेला तर तिथलं साऊथ आफ्रिकन गव्हर्नमेंट स्टॅम्प असेल. अंटार्क्टिकावर कोणाची मालकी नसल्यामुळे नो स्टॅम्पिंग. बसताना स्टॅम्पिंग नाही, उतरल्यावर स्टॅम्पिंग. नेक्स्ट. तेच आहे ते. मी माझा फोटो दाखवला आहे. बऱ्याच वेळेस बघ खरंच सर गेले होते का नुसते गप्पा मारायला असं लोकांना शंका नको. दॅट्स व्हाय आय टेक दिस फोटो. नेक्स्ट. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ओके. ते अशा प्रकारचं लँड आहे. म्हणजे तिथं तुम्हाला काही बांधलेलं जी एअर स्ट्रीप आहे त्याच्यावर काही उतरत नाही. बर्फावर हे विमान उतरतं आणि मग साधारणतः तुम्हाला -30 किंवा -20-25 तुमचं होत मात्र नंतर जवळपास तुमच्या एव्हरीवेअर इज ओनली हार्ड रॉक. ते दगडासारखा झालेला हा सगळा बर्फ ज्याच्यावर हे विमान उतरतं. नेक्स्ट. पुढचं स्लाइड. आणि इथं आम्हाला रिसिव्ह करायला आलेल्या लोकांचं हे टीम आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्हाला मी दिसेल इथं. ठीक आहे. नेक्स्ट. पुढचा. हा एक व्ह्यू आहे अंटार्क्टिकावरचा. बऱ्याच जणांना वाटतं की आहे नेमके कसे लँडस्केप कसं आहे, नेमकं तिथं वातावरण कसं असतं, या फोटोवरून तुम्हाला दिसेल. हे कपडे वगैरे जे आहे, हा ड्रेस हा स्पेशल असतो आणि हे खूप कॉस्टली आहे. म्हणजे प्रत्येक अंटार्क्टिक एक्सपिडिशन मधल्या सायंटिस्टला कपडे आणि त्याचे जे सगळ्या इक्विपमेंटवर 2-3 लाख रुपये, 3-1 लाख रुपयाचा खर्च आरामात होत असेल. ओके. या कपड्याच्या आतमध्ये अजून 4 लेअर आहे. त्यावेळेस तुम्ही असं स्टँड होऊ शकता. अदरवाइज व्हेरी डिफिकल्ट. नेक्स्ट. हे जहाजातून जाण्यासाठीचा एक सीन दाखवलाय. किंवा लोक इमोशनल असतात कारण प्रत्येक अंटार्क्टिक एक्सपिडिशन मध्ये गेलेला माणूस सेफ येतो असं ग्राह्य आहे. येईलच का नाही माहिती नाही, म्हणून सगळे लोक इमोशनल असतात. त्याच्यातला हा एक आपला सीन दाखवला. नेक्स्ट. समुद्र मार्गे जाण्याचा रूट जो आहे तो थोडा अवघड असतो, कारण अनेक प्रकारचे बर्फाचे अनेक प्रकार आहेत. ते असे शीट्सचे स्वरूपात असतात. मोठ्या मोठ्या शीट्स याला ब्रेक करून पुढे निघावं लागतं. आणि हे अंतर समुद्र मार्गे आणि हवेतून तेवढं जरी असलं तरी समुद्रामध्ये असे ऑब्स्टॅकल्स, आईसबर्ग्स आणि अशा प्रकारचं असल्यामुळं वेळ जास्त आहे. 1.5 महिना जवळपास प्रवासाला लागतो. 1.5 महिना जायला, 1.5 महिना यायला आणि तिथे 4-5 महिने जायला की संपला, अंधार पडतो अंटार्क्टिकावर. असं हे सगळं टाइम शेड्यूल प्रोग्राम असतो. आपल्याकडे अंटार्क्टिकावर जाण्यासाठी स्वतःचं जहाज अजून नाही, आपण भाड्याने घेतो. एक तर रशिया आपलं फ्रेंड कंट्री आहे त्यांच्याकडून घेतो, किंवा कधी मध्ये जर्मनीचं असतं किंवा नॉर्वेचं असतं. नेक्स्ट. हा हे असं अंटार्क्टिकावर आपल्या स्टेशनच्या जवळपास पोहोचलेलं हे जहाज आहे. नेक्स्ट. नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट. हा हा ओके. हे हा असा एक सीन तुम्हाला दिसेल. नेक्स्ट. हा ओके, इथं थांबवा जरा. अशा प्रकारचे व्हेकल आहे. कोणते व्हेकल असतात असा प्रश्न पडतो, किंवा हे नेमकं जायचं कसं. दिस काइंड ऑफ व्हेकल्स. नेक्स्ट. हे ऑफलोडिंग आहे. समजा जहाजामधून फूड आणि फ्युएल हे डिसलोड केलं जातं. तर कुठं समुद्र आहे आणि कुठं हे ऍक्च्युअली जहाज समुद्रात थांबलेलं आहे आणि बाजूला अंटार्क्टिका आहे. तर ते त्या एक्सपर्ट लोकांनाच माहिती की कुठं थांबवायचं आणि मग पुढं कसं निघायचं. व्हेरी डिफिकल्ट सिच्युएशन. म्हणून अंटार्क्टिकाच्या एक्सपिडिशन मध्ये क्रेन ऑपरेटर्सचे जॉब सुद्धा आहे. क्रेन ऑपरेटर्स सुद्धा लागतात. नेक्स्ट. हा असा एक सीन आहे तुम्हाला दिसेल. नेक्स्ट. अशा प्रकारचे व्हेकल्स मधून तुम्हाला फील्ड वर्क करावं लागेल. हे फील्ड वर्क साठीचं व्हेकल असतं. नेक्स्ट. हा हेली हे आपलं जे बिल्डिंग दिसते ही आपली मैत्री स्टेशनची बिल्डिंग आहे. हे आपलं स्टेशन तिथं आहे सध्या वर्किंग मध्ये. 2 स्टेशन आहे इंडियाचे, एक मैत्री आणि भारती. मैत्री पासून भारती स्टेशनचं अंतर जवळपास 3-3.5 किलोमीटर आहे बाय एअर. शिपने जास्त आहे. तर काही समुद्रापासून हे स्टेशन 100 किलोमीटर दूर आहे. जिथं कोस्ट आहे तिथून 100 किलोमीटर दूर. म्हणजे जहाजानं नेलेला सगळा माल हेलिकॉप्टरनी किंवा दुसरे जे आता आधी व्हेकल दाखवले त्या व्हेकलचा उपयोग करून इथपर्यंत आणावं लागतं. हे हेली सर्व्हिसचं एक दाखवलेलं आहे. नेक्स्ट. 5 minutes मॅडम और 2 minutes मोर. जस्ट वी डिस्प्ले. नेक्स्ट.
येस ओके सर, नो प्रॉब्लेम.
नेक्स्ट. आता ग्लॅशिओलॉजी आपला इंटिग्रेटेड अप्रोच मी म्हणून आपल्याला हे सांगायचं मला असं होतं की अंटार्क्टिकावर बायोलॉजी, केमिस्ट्री, ऍटमॉस्फेरिक सायन्स, कम्प्युटर सायन्स, जिओ सायन्स, एन्व्हायरमेंट सायन्स, अशा अनेक प्रकारचे जे सायन्सच्या ब्रँचेस आहेत. प्रत्येक ब्रँच मध्ये इथं संशोधन चालत असतं. त्यांचे ठरलेले नाविन्यपूर्ण विषय इथं वर्कआउट केले जातात. त्याच्यापैकी आता समजा ग्लॅशिओलॉजिकल स्टडी असेल तर तुम्हाला हेलिकॉप्टरने असं इथं ड्रॉप केलं जाईल आणि तुम्हाला मग इथलं सॅम्पलिंग आणि हा मेल्टिंग रेट काय आहे, कसं आहे, त्यांचं जे काही स्पेशल असेल असं तुम्हाला काम करावं लागतं एवढ्या डिफिकल्ट सिच्युएशनला. इकडं आहे आईस आहे थोडा मेल्ट झालेला आणि इकडे ही सगळी शेल्फ आहे, कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ. या शेल्फवर ड्रॉप केलं जाईल. पुन्हा तुमचं काम झालं, सॅम्पलिंग झालं की तुम्हाला इथून एअरलिफ्ट केलं जाईल आणि स्टेशनला नेलं जाईल. अशा प्रकारची काम असतात. नेक्स्ट. जिथे लागेल तिथं तुम्हाला पाहिजे ते हे सगळे व्हेकल्स पुरवले जातात. मात्र तुमचा रिसर्च प्लॅन फिक्स असावा लागतो. तुम्ही तिथं अंटार्क्टिकावर पोहोचले आणि अनेक वेगवेगळे डिमांड करायला लागले, मला ही गाडी द्या, मला ते स्कूटर द्या, आणि मला विमानानं न्या, हेलिकॉप्टरनं न्या, तिथं कोणी तुम्हाला विचारणार नाही. तुमच्या रिसर्च प्लॅन मध्ये सगळं पाहिजे की तुम्हाला कुठं जायचंय, किती लॅटिट्यूड लॉन्जिट्यूडला जायचंय, किती वेळ लागेल, कशासाठी जाणार आहे, हे सगळं तुमचं प्रपोजल नॅशनल कमिटी कडून व्हेरीफाय आणि अप्रूव्ह झाल्याशिवाय तुम्हाला हे काही प्रोव्हाइड केलं जात नाही. फक्त मी एक्झाम्पल म्हणून सांगतो की असे व्हेकल्स तुम्हाला प्रोव्हाइड केले जाऊ शकतात. नेक्स्ट. हा हे मैत्री स्टेशनवर हे माझ्या हातामध्ये जे हे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक थर्मामीटर जे दिसतंय त्याचं प्रोब हवेमध्ये आहे आणि त्यावेळेस टेम्परेचर -5.4 आहे. मी फक्त हे फोटो काढण्यापुरताच हे हात बाहेर काढून हे फोल्ड करू शकलो. याच्यानंतर मात्र तुम्ही हार्डली 2 मिनिटाच्या वर विदाउट एनी कव्हरिंग हात बाहेर नाही काढू शकणार. बिकॉज इट विल स्टार्ट क्लॉटिंग, ब्लड क्लॉटिंग, किंवा तुमचं सगळं हात कामातून जाईल. नेक्स्ट. सो दिस इज अनदर काइंड ऑफ व्हेकल. नेक्स्ट. हा अंटार्क्टिकावर काम करण्याचा एक नियम आहे. तुम्ही जर स्टेशन पासून 100-150 किलोमीटरवर जात असाल, इंडियन सिस्टीम मध्ये 200 किलोमीटर फील्ड वर्कची परवानगी आहे. त्यापेक्षा जास्त आपल्याकडून फॅसिलिटी प्रोव्हाइड केल्या जाऊ शकत नाही. कारण 200 किलोमीटर जायला गेल्यानंतर रूल एक आहे की 2 माणसं कमीत कमी असायला पाहिजे. कारण एक जर कुठं बर्फात बुडाला किंवा हरवला तर दुसरा रिपोर्ट करेल म्हणून एकट्याला फील्ड वर्क साठी अंटार्क्टिकावर परमिशन नसते. त्याचं हे एक उदाहरण म्हणून एक फोटो आहे. नेक्स्ट. आपले 3 स्टेशन आहे. हे स्टेशन सध्या अस्तित्वात नाही. 300 फूट खाली गेलं सध्या. नेक्स्ट चला. this is first station, Dakshin Gangotri not existing. Next. हे मैत्री स्टेशन आहे. इकडे कोपऱ्यामध्ये जो तलाव दिसतो त्या तलावाच्या शेजारी हे स्टेशन आहे. हे सिच्युएशन मेल्ट झालेल्या तलावाची उन्हाळ्यामधली आहे. हा सुद्धा नंतर एक 2-3 महिने फक्त हा मेल्ट असतो. नंतर हे सगळं बर्फ होऊन जातं आणि मग तुम्हाला ह्या स्टेशनला इथं जे दिसतंय एक काहीतरी पाईपलाईन सारखं दिसतं. ही पाईपलाईनच आहे. ह्या तळ्यामधून इथपर्यंत आलेली आहे. त्याला हे प्रोटेक्ट करावं लागतं कारण तळ्यापासून स्टेशनला येईपर्यंत सुद्धा पाणी गोठून जातं. म्हणून हे सगळं इन्सुलेटेड पाईपलाईन वगैरे आहे. नेक्स्ट. पुढं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज.
आशिष.
पुढं चला.
आशिष.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Thank you,
Very good afternoon.
Professor Chauhan, sir, for delivering a nice lecture on the Antarctica approaches for the research and opportunities thereof. We are sorry to say some technical problem and that lecture is wind up, but it's really useful and beautiful for the school kids and we people too. After this lecture series, the last but very important lecture is there from Professor Dr. V.V. Mahajan, who is the advisor member of RGSTC Mumbai. So, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Very good afternoon. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, you are audible.
Good.
Your screen is also shared.
Yes.
And it is visible too.
So shall I start?
Let me introduce you
Okay.
in a few words, sir, because
Already
we are
late.
5 minutes
10 minutes late. Yes.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So Professor Dr. V.V. Mahajani, who is professor in ACT, earlier it was UDCT, Mumbai. He is a professor, process consultant in technology development and debottlenecking of this existing plants, technology and site selection, etc. He delivers many lectures for the engineering students and chemical technology students in various areas. He is the advisor of Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission, RGSTC, Government of Maharashtra, Mumbai. Sir has superannuated as a professor of chemical engineering, ACT UDCT Matunga, Mumbai, from in the 2009. He has completed his postdoctoral research work from University of Cambridge, England, UK. It's honor to say the affiliations. He is a fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science and member of the Institution of Engineering, India. He is a life member of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. Sir is also member of Technology and Energy Expert Committee, Indian Chemical Council, that is ICC Mumbai. Sir has done lots of work in the field of green chemistry and about 8 years having the experience in industry in production, project and technology development, etc. He involved in plant startups and project management as well as worked with a multifunctional company to develop the global technology. He wrote 2 books, Joshi's Process Equipment Design, 5th edition, and Chemical Project Economics. These 2 books are very valuable for the process development. So I welcome sir for his valuable guidance on the green processes technology for his perception. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Thank you very much. It is great pleasure to be here. I hope my time is up to 3 o'clock or 10 past 3.
3 o'clock, sir.
3 o'clock. So anyway, 10 minutes gone from my lecture. I will.
No, you can avail that also, but we planned up to 3.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. So we are talking about the green process technology, my perception. This is a picture I have taken a snap of from Chitkul village, Baspa River, last village on Indian-Tibetan border. Okay. Now, of course, this is a standard disclaimer. What is the green chemistry? Okay. Now, when people work on green chemistry, like Professor Sangeeta Makone and all her team, they do some inventive work. And this inventive work results in publication of papers, patents, and may eventually fetch awards and rewards and all, nothing more than that, okay, right? Now, when it gets converted to innovative work through basic engineering package and through pilot plant and all, then basic engineering package, then we have process and technology, okay? Now, this green chemistry will be there is no problem. It is a sustainable green chemistry. Now, the thinking of the process or technology, it may or may not be sustainable because it's a business, okay? Now, business can be depending on so many things, CapEx, OpEx, capital expenditure, operating expenditure, then we have product, then we have raw material issues, all whatnot, okay? So I'm not going into details of that, but see, this is where we stand. So innovation will result into technology, fine. We have green chemistry, organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, and all green chemistry. Okay, we have all these people. Okay, now I don't want to go into details of that. Okay, because time is. Now let us see principle of green chemistry. Now there are 12 principles, but I have clubbed in simple 4. Okay, the first is atom economy. That is the highest selectivity. Okay, for the process. Raw materials, chemicals, catalyst consumption must be as low as theoretical possible. Okay. If theoretical says that it is you have to consume 150 kgs per car or 150 kgs per 100 kgs of product, then you should not consume 170, 180 and all other thing. Okay. Because the rest of the law of mass action, rest becomes waste. So it has got direct impact on OpEx. That is atom economy, highest selectivity. Now, next is renewable feedstock, important thing, okay, in the present day context. Next is C compliance.
Excuse me, sir, your slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving?
Yeah.
Surprising.
Next slide. Next, please.
Moving?
No, sir, it is first slide.
Only first slide, is it?
Yeah.
Surprising. My dear, how it happened? No movement of the slide?
No, sir. No, sir.
Only first slide is there, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Chemistry, that is.
Slide move.
Okay. Now, are you?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Please.
Yes.
Yes, now it's moving.
Now it is moving. Okay.
Correct. Okay, sir.
So when it is a slideshow, it is not moving. Huh?
Yeah.
Now it is okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Nice.
Now let me see, go through this slide now. C compliance process inherently safe. And then we have ENCON, global warming carbon footprint. Now it is moving.
Yeah, it's a global warming slide, sir. Continue,
No,
sir.
atom economy is moving. I am on 7, slide number 7.
Yes,
No.
it's sixth one.
6-1, but
F5 you please, sir. F5. Next one.
Okay, atom economy 7. This you can see.
Yes.
Okay, on the slide slow you have problem. Okay.
Yes, yes. Yes. Okay, no
Fine.
problem.
This doesn't matter. Okay, it's a big screen. So atom economy means less consumption of raw materials. This is legible, no? You can
Yes,
read
sir,
this, no?
it is visible. Your voice quality is also good. Continue, sir. Thank you.
Less consumption of raw material. Then we have lower cost of production. Then we have less effluents and ETP less costly. Okay, capex and opex. That is atom economy means. Okay, this is what we are having. Now, atom economy violation results in waste. Now, what is the waste? Waste is the thing which is having no monetary value. Okay. On the contrary, it has got nuisance value. Okay, you get you are not got the clearances and all this thing. Environmental people will come, society people will come, agitate all this. So waste has got nuisance value more. Now waste generation, tons of per ton of product. Pharma industry and dyes intermediates generate highest waste. Ton per ton of product. This is important. Then comes pesticide, then comes like chemicals, then fertilizer, petrochemicals, and refinery generates the least amount of waste. On the contrary, because refinery volume is so high, we are talking about millions of tons per annum. Okay, your quantity of the waste is also equally high. Okay, tons per ton is all right, but the quantity of process refinery crude processing is very high. Okay, so fine. Now let us talk about atom economy. First, I'm going to give total my now I'm not interested in atom economy. I'm talking from business point of view. Okay, fine. What happens? Let us see. OXO process. 1938, Ruhr Chemie, Germany, they invented OXO. Okay, that time some people were working on ethylene plus carbon monoxide, hydrogen. They could synthesize propanaldehyde, and eventually it was commission process to manufacture sulfur heavy aldehydes. Okay, heavy aldehydes, and then they have processes for making specialty chemicals. Fine. Now later on, this process, this is known as a Rollin chemistry, and this is OXO process, hydroformylation for 2-ethylhexanol. 2-ethylhexanol is a product. Okay, in India we have plant 2-ethylhexanol already, and then BPCL Kochi refinery, I think they are getting 2-ethylhexanol plant also based on propylene. So now look at this, propylene plus carbon monoxide plus hydrogen. Okay, Rollin chemistry is fine, it's working all right, but we get a normal isoaldehyde, normal butylaldehyde, and then we get isobutylaldehyde. Okay, now this process was being operated in India also at Nosil Thane Belapur industry, Mumbai, but now that project is closed. Okay, but now of course Nosil is having other business. So catalyst was cobalt catalyst, and 25 to 30% isobutylaldehyde is obtained. So no atom economy, scant respect to atom economy. Pressure temperatures were 250, about 150, and pressures were 250 bar. Okay. Now innovations took place in this LP OXO process. Johnson Matthey and Davy now being licensed by LP OXO, Johnson Matthey and Davy. Catalyst is rhodium triphenyl phosphine, and you get 5 to 10% isobutylaldehyde. Okay, just look at a jump, 25 to 5 times you are lowering. Okay, quantity of isobutylaldehyde is good. So atom economy is very good in this. Pressures from 250 to 16 bar and temperature is 120. Temperature, there is not a quantum jump downward, but pressure, there is a quantum jump. Now look at this, carbon monoxide and hydrogen available from reforming of natural gas or naphtha, okay, and their pressures are of the order of 25 to 30 bar depending on the feedstock. Now when CO and hydrogen is available at 25 bar, okay, what for LP oxo, low pressure oxo process, you need to reduce the pressure through pressure reducing station 16 bar, or you can run turbine also and get a extraction turbine 16 bar, okay, if capex permits. Now this is beautiful, no doubt about this. Now research was going on, and Ron Poulenc, Brewer Chemie, Ron Poulenc, they came out with a beautiful process, biphasic water soluble rhodium complex. Rhodium is the catalyst element, no doubt about this. So they have trimetasulfophenyl phosphine sodium salt, and that is water soluble, and rhodium gets attached to that, okay. And look at the beauty is that you got a isobutylaldehyde far less than 2% also. But pressures are 100 bar, temperature is 120. Now, which process you will decide finally? It is CAPEX and OPEX to decide final choice. Industries are run to make money and not publish papers like professors. I was when ICT professor, my interest was publish paper, that's all, nothing, and award PhDs and masters to students. But now industries are not interested. Industries say that we want to make money. Now when syngas is available at 25 bar, you have to compress to 4 times to 100 bar, okay. Now is it worth? You will have more compression cost, compressors are required, okay. On the contrary, LP oxo process, you have a special reducing station. There is no question of compression. Gas is available, pressure is getting reduced. So this is the difference. Now, what happens further, okay? It's very interesting thing. Little bit of isobutylaldehyde, whatever is formed, it has got a value nowadays, okay? What isobutylaldehyde you can do? From isobutylaldehyde. So before we go to that, let us see in this what is happening. So 100 bar, so this is this process and this. Now old oxo process nobody is using. So one of these two processes people will be interested in, okay. Now when isobutylaldehyde is there, you can use isobutylaldehyde to make neopentyl glycol. This is the chemistry, okay. I mean, audience need not be taught this chemistry. This is aldol condensation. You can use catalyst, basic ion exchange resin, and from hydroxypyridaldehyde in aqueous phase only you can do hydrogenation, and you can get neopentyl glycol. And neopentyl glycol is used to manufacture high temperature lubricants. Well, now you can play with the Davy process, LP oxo Johnson method Davy. If you want more isobutylaldehyde, yes, you can change the operating condition and you can get more isobutylaldehyde and you can get neopentyl glycol. So despite of the fact that Ron Poulenc process, Brewer Chemie Ron Poulenc process is in line with the green chemistry, people are still going with LP oxo. In India also, latest project is using LP oxo Johnson method Davy process technology. It's a business, okay. That is very important. You got my point, okay. So my byproduct, whatever was there, I am going to make valuable chemicals. I myself may not make, but I will give this isobutylaldehyde to someone who will make these chemicals, okay. He can have the project, okay. So it is not necessarily atom economy is important. What you do with the byproduct form, okay, that is also equally important. Fine. Now renewable feedstock. Let us go quickly to renewable feedstock. Yes, hydropower generation in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand is a green activity. Fine. What happens? Now this process can be used for making hydrogen, okay. And then there are two things. This power can be used to drive electric vehicles in Delhi, Chandigarh, and all other places, because Himachal and Uttarakhand export power, okay. They have got excess power. And when there is a heavy snowfall, people enjoy that because they can generate 10 to 15% more power, okay, fine. Now, this hydropower generation, electricity generated, okay, you can do electrolysis of water. Okay, and you can make hydrogen or you can make hydrogen out of this. Oxygen is also there. You can bottle oxygen. Now hydrogen is there. You can get nitrogen from air and you can get ammonia. That is a green ammonia. Okay, my dear friends, you will be surprised. We were doing this thing, green ammonia, much more before the rest of the world was doing. Okay, that is 1960-61. We got a Nangal fertilizer complex, and on Bhakra Nangal project, power generation there, that water electrolysis was done and hydrogen was produced, and then we used to manufacture ammonia and then urea with carbon dioxide. This project could not sustain because of economics at that time. Okay, later on, crude came into picture. Okay, hydrogen generated from petroleum sources, naphtha, was cheaper, far cheaper as compared to electrical, because crude prices were at throwaway price, maybe $5, $10, $8, $5, $8 per barrel instead of 100, 195, 105 right now what we are facing. So sustainability will depend on economics also. Okay, right? And now again people are talking about a green hydrogen and green ammonia. Okay, look, it is a cycle. This clear? So same thing can be said about ethylene also. We had ethylene and we used to have ethylene from ethyl alcohol, from ethyl alcohol to ethylene. Okay, ethyl alcohol renewable sources, and we were the first time in the world at time that we were producing green plastic, LLDP, HDP, and all of that thing, green plastic. Okay, but now it is not there. Okay, ethanol is being used for burning. Okay, for fuel. Okay, so renewable raw materials are equally important. Okay, and we can do this thing. Now we can get a green urea also, because if CO2 is captured from flue gas of a thermal power plant using biogas, then it is true green. Otherwise, a coal base is all right. Okay, and we can get carbon dioxide, and then we can have green urea for green revolution. Fine. So green ethylene I mentioned to you just now. For want of time, I'm just going quickly. Okay. Molasses from sugar factories, good. Sugarcane plant is there. Okay. Then sweet sorghum can be used as a raw material for ethanol manufacture. Rice paddy straw. Okay, all these are 2G technologies, right? Everybody is talking. And we can have ethanol and then ethanol to ethylene, ethanol-based chemicals. Okay, what Rulin chemistry I showed you, butyraldehyde, and then that butyraldehyde, normal butyraldehyde through aldol condensation, dehydration, hydrogenation will go to 2-ethylhexanol. And same product can be manufactured using green ethanol also. Okay, green ethanol, you can have acetaldehyde from that, then aldol condensation, butyraldehyde, and same route. Okay, so there is absolutely, chemistry is very funny. Okay, so we can have green chemistry, green things. Okay, everything renewable raw materials. Once we have ethylene, what we have ethylene oxide, ethylene glycol, and then HDP or LLDP. Propylene is poor man's plastic. From ethylene, yes, ethylene to propylene, fantastic. Metathesis, that is ethylene dimerization, you get butenes, and from butene 2 you can have metathesis to propylene. Okay, so green propylene is also possible. Okay, now once you have ethylene oxide, ethylene glycol, fine. That is ethylene glycol is used for polyester fiber. Now in India, we do manufacture ethylene glycol by this route. India glycol in North India, okay, that is they are manufacturing based on ethylene glycol. Okay, now their glycol is they were exporting glycol because it is a green glycol. Okay, so it was fetching better value. Okay, so all green, yes, green chemistry, green technology, fine, right? So friends, what is next? Next is C compliances. Yes, we have C compliances. What is C? Safety, health, and environment. Okay. Now, if you follow C, you will enrich your pockets. Okay. safety, health, and environment. But if you follow she, okay, in inverted commas, you may your pockets will get pinched also. Okay, that is, if you follow the girl and all other things, then you can, if you take her for dinner, lunch, or cafeteria and all other things. So following she is problem, okay, but she's compliance following will be good. Okay, all ladies participant will excuse me. It is just a joke. Okay, take it lightly. Don't take it seriously. Okay. So what we are doing is manufacture of propylene oxide. Let us see the commercial project. India is, this is Banali Petrochemicals, they are using story. So chlorohydrin route, manufacture of propylene oxide. We have propylene plus chlorohydrin, propylene chlorohydrins. Addition can be either at, you can get OH at the terminal or you can get in between. Okay, propylene chlorohydrins. Okay. Now propylene chlorohydrins, when they are reacting with lime, you can get propylene oxide and calcium chloride and water. That's all. Okay, very simple process, right? 10 standard chemistry, no big thing. Right. Now calcium chloride, yes, this waste water and calcium chloride also all will have some COD also, because some of propylene oxide can be in a dissolved form and then some other byproducts could be there. Okay, fine. You can take care of that. And then this whole solid calcium chloride dissolved, TDS is very high for this stream. Okay, salt content is very high. Environmentally, it is not acceptable. But once you have got down COD, BOD within limits, then this entire salt mixture through deep sea pipeline, you can discharge into the sea, right? So waste can be discharged to the sea without problem, right? And this project is on. It's a green project, right? This because environmental clearance, they got it environmental clearance. Now propylene, we want to have propylene oxide manufacture in North India. Let us say Haryana Panipat Refinery, Indian Oil Corporation. They got they can manufacture it there. Okay, but can they do this? They cannot do this, right? Why they cannot do this? Because where they will discharge this salty material and water, okay, they are not permitted. So whatever is green in South India becomes red in North India. Okay, environmental compliance is not met. So you cannot get a license for the project. You cannot have big pipeline and throw to the Ganges. No, sorry, you cannot do that. Okay. Right? See, because it's already contains salts, TDS is there. Okay, so there is not a big issue, right? So what is the possibility? We want to manufacture propylene oxide. We have to take the different route, altogether different route. And that route can be, we start with benzene and have green alcohol, okay, and then we got ethyl benzene. We don't produce from ethylene, okay, we can have from ethanol straight to ethyl benzene. NCl catalyst can be used. And once you have ethyl benzene, then we have oxidation of that ethyl benzene hydroperoxide. Then it will be reacted with molybdenum naphthenate as the catalyst, okay. And well, that's molybdenum naphthenate catalyst will give you propylene oxide. You can get a propylene oxide here. And then I think I can do this. Yes, we can get a propylene oxide here and phenyl methyl carbinol. And from phenyl methyl carbinol, you can get styrene. Okay. Look at this. Ethyl benzene to styrene. We are interested in styrene. Okay, we want styrene. Europe and America, they say that we don't want styrene, but India, we need styrene. So totally different process we have to take. Okay, we cannot use this process. We cannot use this chlorohydrin route in North India because of calcium chloride, because of this waste treatment problem. But South India, we have solved the waste treatment problem. And same product, same chemistry, There is no problem. Okay. You get propylene chlorohydrins in North India as well as South India. There is absolutely no issue. You do reaction with lime, but then there is a problem. You cannot do this. So friends, what you can do this? This is so this is the alternative for doing this. That is oxygen process. Now this process has got limitation in a sense. Maybe around 50,000 tons per annum it will be economically viable. See, all projects, they have got a bare minimum economic capacity. Okay, above that they are economically viable, right? So friends, this is important. You can change the chemistry. Okay, and here you can talk about the green because you started with ethanol. You can use ethylene also. For example, Panipat Refinery, Indian Oil Corporation, if they want to start this, they can use ethylene, okay, for captive consumption, and then do alkylation with benzene to ethyl benzene. Benzene they have, okay, so they don't have to worry about ethanol, okay. Sorry. So green chemistry is or green technology is a perception, and it is site specific. That is what lesson we got it now. You're clear about this? What is good to South India is not valid for North India, okay? And what is valid for North India may not be valid in South, because in this case, the raw material may not be available, propylene, to that extent. Manufacture 50,000 tons per annum, okay? In refinery petrochemical complex, yes, you can get it. You got FCC cracker, okay, and then you can operate in propylene mode. Then you can get propylene from ethylene cracker also. You can get propylene. So all clubbed together, propylene availability is there. So the capacity of project capacity can be on a higher side, okay. So the lesson is that green chemistry is site specific, okay. We talk about atom economy. Okay, we say that yes, latest technology gives better atom economy, but still we cannot use because it is high capex for Indian condition, high OPEX, and then we are in a problem. Okay, because product has to be sold, it is affordable price. Where it goes, dioctyl phthalate. Dioctyl phthalate goes as a plasticizer to PVC. Okay, and PVC is poor man's plastic, right? So it has to be affordable price. Now, what are the other alternatives available with us? Let us see other alternatives. Waste from wealth. C compliance. Recover chemicals from the waste stream. You can do this, right? By maybe solvent extraction, most more time solvent extraction, maybe precipitation, or can be distillation also, or stripping, okay, with the steam stripping, or whatever this thing. I'm not going into the details of that. I can deliver one lecture also. Waste from wealth is a different issue. Now you can do first, whatever waste is formed, you can do anaerobic digestion and recover methane as a source of energy. Look at distillery, okay, who are manufacturing ethanol from molasses, okay, and then fermentation, whatever the waste comes by that route, waste has got COD of the order of 1,25,000, okay. Now that they do with bio process, okay, and then they recover methane, okay, and methane, carbon dioxide is there, and then now already people are talking about bio CNG. What is bio CNG? You remove H2S, whatever is there, maybe far less than 1% H2S you remove. You remove carbon dioxide also. Well-known processes are available. No rocket science technology involved or chemistry involved. And you get methane, and then you can compress that to 251, and then you can get biomethane. Fine. Now the waste generated is COD of the order of 40,000, okay, 35 to 40,000. And because the chemicals during methane generation, you have formed the chemicals which are detrimental to biological activity. Okay, so you cannot go beyond that. So what you do is that you can do controlled oxidation of that waste. That's say 200 degrees centigrade. You can just do control oxidation, pass purge some oxygen in that, catalytic control oxidation, yes. And then you can have those chemicals which were toxic to microorganism, they can be destroyed by this control oxidation catalyst also. And what catalyst you use? You can use ion-based catalyst, Fe base, okay? So it's not toxic to bugs, okay? And then you can reduce to COD 10,000, okay? 8 to 10,000, you can get more gas, fine, okay? So now what you do? Now you do standard aerobic digestion. Standard aerobic digestion you can do. And you can, while doing standard aerobic digestion, this is a conventional process. Now with the latest technology, you can use membrane bioreactor, okay? And you can recover water. Large amount of water is there, okay? And this water contains potassium chloride. Now, if you use MBR and get this water, then you can have potassium chloride in that. It means it's a fertilizer, okay? K2O, okay? You can adjust NPK value of that by adding urea, adding phosphate, ammonium phosphate, okay? Diammonium phosphate, DAP, you add to that, and you sell liquid fertilizer because potassium is already there. Whatever is required, you can add makeup, that's all, okay? And then sell liquid fertilizer. You conserve water, you conserve potassium also, and you get more gas also. So these are the latest technologies you can have. Then you got advanced oxidation processes, okay, which are closer to my heart. I worked on these advanced oxidation processes. And this is what are the advanced oxidation, wet air oxidation process. You can high temperature, high pressure oxidation. You can do oxidation above 200 degrees centigrade. Pressures can be observed of 30 to 40 bar. Now to we chemical engineers, 35 bar, 40 bar, 50 bar is not a high pressure and all of the thing, nothing. It's just lemons. For chemists, they will say, oh, no, it is very high pressure and all of that. They will get scared. We don't get scared, okay? So wet air oxidation we can do. Then there is another processes that you can use Fenton chemistry. Now Fenton chemistry, ozone, all these processes, hydrodynamic cavitation, sonication for that matter, all these processes, and wet air oxidation, and they do oxidation with the help of hydroxyl radicals. All oxidation processes doing oxidation with the help of hydroxyl radicals are known as advanced oxidation processes. Sonication or hydrodynamic cavitation, same thing. Then Fenton chemistry, then ozonation, photochemical oxidation, all are, you can say, polishing thing, okay? Yes, Fenton, you can do that because whatever, what you do, you don't necessarily have single process. You can use judicious combination of process, combo process. It means the waste which is difficult to degrade by catalyst, even platinum and all other thing at 200, 250 bar temperature, to the 100 plus 2 centigrade. You can do hydrodynamic cavitation or sonication of that at room temperature, 30 degrees centigrade, and make non-selective destruction of that compound which was contributing to COD, okay, which was difficult to do. Now you make this waste amenable to wet air oxidation. And what you got a sonication wet air oxidation process, SONIO process. We did work with actual waste coming from GSFC plant, okay, GSFC plant, they have benzene, they were doing hydrogenation to cyclohexane and cyclohexane to non and nol, okay, and you are getting all acids were extracting from that, and then whatever the waste left over, we were trying to do wet air oxidation, could not work. So then when we did sonication for say half an hour, our objective was not to destroy the waste by sonication. I want those chemicals which are difficult to degrade, just do and make them amenable for oxidation, okay? So that is SONIO technology, okay? Paper got accepted within 15 days of submission in English journal, okay, international journal. So advanced processes are there, okay? And then if nothing works, then you have got incineration. Okay, fine. You can record the energy and all other thing. Okay, toxic waste, you can do incineration. So friends, we got all these processes. What we are trying to do is now comes ENCON, okay, energy conservation. Next, okay. So earlier what we are doing, green chemistry, okay, we talk about C compliance, we talk about atom economy, we talk about C compliance, and now we are talking about okay, my friend Sangeeta might have done some magic. It started working all right, slideshow. Okay. Now energy conservation, ENCON. ENCON we mean reduction in carbon dioxide footprint. Okay. So green belt around the project will reduce carbon dioxide footprint. Right. And what you do is green belt, plant mango trees. Mango trees absorb carbon dioxide highest level. Okay, it has been proved, okay, by our scientists. Okay, and Andhra Pradesh, they have got those side, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, maximum mango plantation, so maximum carbon dioxide. You will be surprised to hear that Reliance Jamnagar refinery, green belt is mango trees. Okay, Ambani and company may be knowing this, of course. Mukesh Ambani is UDCT product, chemical engineer from our institute. Nikhil Meswani, another director Reliance, is also chemical engineer from UDCT. And I taught him chemical project economics, Nikhil Meswani. Okay. So mango trees around Jamnagar complex, carbon dioxide footprint of it complex is reduced drastically. Okay. But that is seasonal, doesn't matter. Okay. Now, important thing for people, the message environmentalists, don't worry about cutting trees and all other things. Yes, you cut the trees, no doubt. Don't uproot the trees, right? Because growing forest will absorb more carbon dioxide as compared to mature forest. Message clear? Let us take our example. Okay, we are a human being. There must be young people in the audience or may listening, maybe around in 20 years, 20, 25. Sangeeta is younger than me, far younger than me. So she is there. And then I'm at around 70, I'm running 73. Okay, 72 and half past. Okay, so 73 running. Now the food intake of all these three people is totally different. Okay, right? Quantum. Because I have grown fully. Now it is saturation. Okay, I required very less amount of, but the 20 years kid, okay, or 15 years, they require much more food. Okay, right? I'm not, and then maybe my friend Sangeeta may be taking more food than me, despite of the fact she is a lady. Okay, fine, because of the age difference. Okay, so this is exactly happens. Many times environmentalists and array tree cutting this, that, oh, what not, you know, but nothing. You cut a tree, one tree, plant 4 or 5 trees. Okay, it will be good for you. Okay, right? Now it is a problem. You might have seen the newspaper also. Mr. Gadkari was building a road to in Uttarakhand. Okay, and then he had to cut some trees, and then NGO put a case in Supreme Court, and the whole work was stalled for quite long. I traveled extensively Uttarakhand. Okay, Tanakpur, from Tanakpur to Dharuchala, you come Pithoragarh, Dharuchala, and Dharuchala go. Then you go further. Okay, through Om Parvat and all other thing, and Kailash Manasarovar Yatra, that road. Now all along you got a Nepal and China. Okay, there is a Kali river in between. That's all. So hostile border, and the road condition was, when I traveled, it was so bad. Okay, right? I was wondering how our tankers, Leyland trucks, how they will be able to take a tanks. Okay, now Mr. Gadkari and all their company is all putting. I mean, those people are making good roads, but this NGO stalled the project, saying trees cutting. And our minister was telling her, okay, Baba, we cut one tree, but we plant 5 trees, and refused to understand. Okay, see, this is what is happening. Okay. Now absorb CO2 from flue gas and utilize for the same. Okay, flue gas from power station can be absorbed. Okay, fine, and you can utilize the same. You can have hydrogen generation, and you can do reverse shift or do direct hydrogenation of carbon dioxide, okay, to methanol, and from methanol DME you get a floodgates open for petrochemicals. Okay, I work with Devi Power Gas on methanol to diesel project. Can you believe? From methanol we were getting diesel project. Diesel, okay, no sulfur at all. Forget about BS6, you can get BS20 also. There is no sulfur, okay, in methanol. So there is no question of diesel having sulfur. Okay. So CO2 can be absorbed from the flue gas and you can do this, right? So friends, I am just on time. Okay, now there is anybody who wants to have any questions, most welcome. Okay, and I hope things are clear to you people. And any questions?
Thank you, sir. Interaction is there, but I don't feel that any question. But I have one
yes
query.
Yeah.
This is the green technology process you have developed. First of all, I congratulate you for this methanol to this diesel project. It's a need of the moment now, and if it is sulfur free, because every petrol pump we read that it is sulfur free, or when we go in the purchasing for refrigerator, there is written CFC free. So it's really a green work, and I agree with you that green chemistry is insight specific, like आपण प्रांतवाद म्हणतो, पण इथे हा प्रांतवाद रिॲक्शन मध्ये सुद्धा आलेला आहे. टू मेक द प्रोसेस द साइट्स आर ऑल्सो इक्वली इम्पॉर्टंट. So I can say that your lecture is really wonderful. Since long ago, if you compare today's scenario, green chemistry since from 1990 onwards, it has been developed very fast, and the number of publications coming from this branch or evergreen processes that has been published on huge number in various research journals. But at the beginning you have done this work. So in future, I will be very happy to collaborate our work with this. And thank you, sir. It's not the great job for the sake of society and societal benefits. Thank you.
Okay, so it is my pleasure, right?
It's our pleasure, sir. From RGSTC, we are really thankful for this Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission, as well as NCSTC, New Delhi. You are advisor for this RGSTC. So your advice is green always, and green is always progressive. So I hope that though my university is a rural university and set up in this Marathwada region where the research background and infrastructure facility is very less, but I put on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University Organizing Committee, School of Chemical Sciences, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. I acknowledge our thanks for your kind financial support as well as the support given to the RGST schemes, various schemes for minor projects. So thank you, and your advice will be always appreciated in future for development of our university, sustainable future and research attitude among this region. Thank you, sir.
Yes, it is my pleasure. You can contact me on any time. Now you got my email, you got phone. Okay, any difficulty comes on process or anything, I am there to help you. Okay,
no,
right?
You are always with
and for economics, you can buy that chemical project economics book. Okay, yeah. So you can put in the library so people can have a look at it. Okay, so I have given different outlook for green chemistry. Okay, that is all. That is a driver is a business, money. Okay, technology.
Yes, technology transfer processes, we got the idea in this regards.
Yeah.
And definitely in future it will be beneficial.
Yes. I work with that Johnson Matthey Davy Porges, who developed that process.
Yeah.
Okay. Ray Fowler was there, and
Yeah.
Mr. Ray Fowler, I worked with him on methanol to diesel. Okay.
Yeah. We have a petrochemical
Yes.
in
Okay.
industrial chemistry, so we can understand the importance of methanol to diesel.
Yes.
So if you list throughout the life which chemicals
But
we use,
Doctor Professor, one thing I would like to say that too clean is also dangerous for us. Okay. Now we want sulfur in the atmosphere. Okay. Why sulfur? Because where thiamino acids will come from chlorophylls. Chlorophyll will contain thiamino. Okay. Right now, where it is getting plants which are leaves are getting a bottom tree, they can get from that. They are rotting and H2S comes, and then sulfur is captured. Okay, with iron and all other thing, and this is then chlorophyll comes. But sulfur, see for example, metro cities sulfur free is all right, BS6 and all other thing. But when you are running through Sahyadri areas and all other thing, that green forest should come up. Okay, so it will require some sulfur also, no, atmosphere.
exactly, sir. Every excess is poison. So every excess is poison. And
Yes.
In every permissible level, it is a very good tonic.
See, everybody is talking now about hydrogen economy and all other thing. Other day, my friend Dr. Sonde gave a lecture on hydrogen economy. Okay, and but carbon dioxide is required for a whole. Our life cycle is based on carbon chemistry and not hydrogen chemistry. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for sparing.
Okay. Okay. No, there are no questions. So
No
I must say.
questions, but appreciation, and we will
Okay.
keep you in future also
Yes.
for every advice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir,
Thank
for
you very much. So
sharing
shall I leave now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Keep it blessed. Sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's our pleasure that the last lecture has been delivered by the advisory member, Dr. Professor V.V. Mahagani, who is retired professor from ACT and done a great job in the green chemistry transformation processes, developing the green chemistry technology. So thank you for his valuable guidance. I'm very happy to announce that the today's chief guest already joined for this program. So within 1 or 2 minutes, we will start the program of validity function. So Dekka sir from Assam has been joined, who is ex-president of ACT Mumbai. Ashish, we will take 1 minute break and we will start the program of validity. Welcome you all on this platform. Thank you. Ashish, please check whether Dekka sir is joined this program. Zoom. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes,
Mrs. Ma'am.
Thank you. So, thank you one and all. I welcome you all in this auspicious occasion of celebration of National Science Day. And really, since from the 26th onwards, we all are doing the great job considering the organizing work as well as the social work as well as the cultivating the culture and to develop the scientific temperament among us as well as the students of the schools. I'm very happy to see here many school kids, they have considered this program and demonstrated for their school. So this is the end of the program, that is we celebrating since from 26th onwards, and here the valedictory function is it's going to start. It's the beginning of valedictory function. I request all DIAS member, organizing committee members to join this program. Thank you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee member Professor Mane sir, Dean of Professor Rajaram Mane sir, who is Director of IIL, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, has been joined. Welcome, sir. So, the President of our program, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle sir, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. The advisor of this program, Professor Rajaram Mane sir. Advisor of this program, Dean of Science and Technology, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. The Director of Organizing School, Professor Santosh Devsarkar, as well as Professor Davne sir. Organizing School Committee members. The committee members of this event organizer, that is all science school directors and the faculty members. So, I welcome today's chief guest, the presence of honor. It's very great thing that we are getting such personalities, and though they are very busy in their schedule, but they are blessing us for keeping their blessings in continue. Professor Dibakar Chandra Dekka sir, who is Vice Chancellor of Mahadeva University, Narayanpur, Assam. Sir is well known to me in many conferences, national conferences and international conferences. Sir has delivered the lectures and he is having very good biodata in the field of research of chemistry. But the main event and the work he has put forth in his throughout academic career is nothing but since from the establishment of Association of Chemistry Teachers. This is on the national platform. Sir has put forth the efforts, and he is the ex-founder member of this Association of Chemistry Teachers. So this Association of Chemistry Teachers is providing the funds, creating the scientific temperament among the schools, conducting various competitions, workshops, organizing conferences, even awarding the schemes for best teacher and the best woman extension work, as well as various work awards has been delivered or given by this ACT. So sir has cultivated a very good atmosphere to foster this scientific temperament among the chemical society. Being a part of his dedicated work to honor his work, I invited sir on behalf of Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, be the chief guest of valedictory function. So welcome you, sir. So with the permission of Dean sir and Mane sir, I request today's chief guest to deliver the valedictory speech on this occasion.
Please continue, madam. Please.
Okay. So I request Dekka sir to deliver the speech, valedictory speech, and guide us on this occasion. Dekka sir, please. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dibakar Chandra Dekka sir from Assam.
Okay.
I can start, Makune,
Yes.
Sangeeta ji.
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. It's my great pleasure to be associated with this function. You must have organized one workshop, right? Integrated approaches in the development of science and technology for sustainable development. You must have enjoyed that. And today you are organizing the valedictory of the function. And also you are celebrating in fact, we are celebrating the National Science Day. Actually, I am out of station. And because of the request of Sangeeta ji, I accepted that because I know her for a long time. And in spite I am being out of station, I accepted that. And so I have no presentation, only I want to give some message to the younger generation through this platform. Anyway, I thanks Dr. Sangeeta Makune for this invitation, and it's my great pleasure to be along with you and to see many dignitaries on the screen. So respected dignitaries, I am very happy to see your faces, and also last lecture, little bit I have heard, it was great. And about Science Day, I think I don't have to speak much. Every of us in Indians celebrate this National Science Day, and we are celebrating this for a long time. Why we are celebrating this and what is the purpose, that is also known to all of us. So without going to the background, I can say one thing is that National Science Day is a great day for us to at least formally to remember Sir C.V. Raman, who has done a great job to the proud of India by discovering Raman effect in the early part of the 20th century. So today is the 28th of February. On this day of 1930, he announced I think 1928, he announced the discovery of Raman effect. And since then, in the last century, and a lot of discoveries has been done. Hundreds of people has been awarded Nobel Prize, but still the discovery of Raman effect by Sir C.V. Raman is still considered one of the best 10 discoveries in the world, in the scientific community. One of the best 10. Now we know hundreds of discoveries has made this modern globe or the modern world sophisticated from all respects. There are thousands of discoveries, but there are hundreds of discoveries getting Nobel Prize. But out of that, Raman effect still considered one of the best 10. So that is a great honor for India. And in addition to that, all of you know, we know that the discovery was done on the soil of India. That is another pride of India. But unfortunately, since then, after C.V. Raman or the last in 20th century till now, India, many great scientists is born on the soil of India. And many achievers are there in different fields, and there are several Nobel laureates also who has got the Nobel Prize, who were born and brought up in India, but they got Nobel Prize from some other land, especially in America. Like you have the Chandrasekhar Venkata Raman, we have the Hargobind Khorana, so many people are there. We have received that Amartya Sen Gupta received the award in Nobel Prize in economics also. all these peoples were born on the soil of India, but finally the fruits has been owned by a foreign country, particularly America, not India. That is the, I think, unfortunate part, but there are many reasons to happen that. We the senior people should give some message to the younger generation what they can do for India. In ancient India, Aryabhatta was one of the great scientists who did great honor by discovering zero, and afterwards there are many ancient literature sciences are there. Those are available. Many of us know also. We have another great mathematician like Ramanujan. So Indian past is full of glories, and in between there is a long vacuum. Only say so many years ago, 90 years ago, say now C.V. Raman won the Nobel Prize. In between some has earned, but they the honor or the Nobel Prize did not belong to India. So there is a vacuum, big gap that no one in science has earned the Nobel Prize on Indian soil. So, but it does not mean that Indian people, Indian scientists are not working. They are working. There are many reasons not to get, maybe infrastructure, maybe dedication, so many things are there. But doing science does not mean that we should target only Nobel Prize, not necessarily. Not necessarily that we should target. Honor will automatically come. Only thing with dedication, I want to give the message to the younger generation that we should work with dedication and should do our best, should give our best in science, and we should do something, some discovery for the welfare of a human being. And of course, for India, for our country. If we love the country, if we do the science, our ambition should be to contribute to the development of India, then of course, honor will automatically come, and while doing so, even Nobel Prize may come. Because while we are working, nobody can target only Nobel Prize, not necessarily. Let us work for the development of science, for the development of mankind, for the welfare of mankind, and honor will automatically come. So my message to the younger generation is that you dedicate yourself, try to give your best to science, and forget about Nobel Prize. If you deserve it, it will automatically come without asking for it. So that is another one. Now, in the present scenario, if we see that depending on others, a country cannot survive always. Sustainable development, not only by doing science only in one field, we cannot sustain. We have to develop in all around. Say, for example, for India, if we want to make Atmanirbhar India, then we have to develop in many areas. Particularly, let us see, we may be good in agriculture. Even in that field also, we are not expertise. Even Israel is doing better than us in respect of agriculture. But we have enough, we have done a lot of things in agriculture. But what about in other fields? In other fields, we have not done much. For example, we have not done enough in nuclear technology, or we have not done enough to trap solar energy, because energy is a crucial factor for the development of India, and we don't have enough fossil fuel, or nor we have done enough to explore fossil fuel. India is still dependent up to as much as 70% for fossil fuel on other countries. Now there is a war in Ukraine, now in Arab countries. So there will be certainly shortage of in the export of fossil fuel. Now in that case, certainly war may be in Ukraine or some other countries, but we will face the trouble here in India. So if today we had enough fossil fuel or solar energy or nuclear energy, we would not have bothered much. But we have to now bother about some war is going on in a foreign country, far away from our place. So energy sector is a serious sector, and our Indian new generation should do as much as possible to tap solar energy. We have plenty of solar energy all over India. So, but so far the work done, I think, is not good enough. Then we don't have nuclear fuel also. We have to borrow that from some other countries, USA, USSR, so Russia, America, German, or Ukraine. Ukraine refused to give nuclear fuel. I have read in the paper. So nuclear fuel they will not give. Whether we can do enough research in chemistry or nuclear field to develop fossil grade, fuel grade uranium, that has to be looked after. As far as I know, a few years back, I saw a report in that our neighboring state, Meghalaya, there is a lot of uranium ore, but thereafter we have not heard much. So government must be doing in that field, but scientists also must contribute. We must see whether somewhere in India, if there are uranium ore, then we must develop technology for that to upgrade. Now, without energy, we are nowhere in the world. We cannot develop, and we cannot develop. Then even many utilities, day-to-day household utilities, we are dependent on Korea, Japan, America, German, all these countries. So why not we develop these technologies here itself? We have so many IITs. All these people are doing about, I don't know, even sometimes once I told that, for example, say there are so many colleges, there is nearly 1,000 universities in India, and thousands of colleges and schools all over India. But almost all colleges, all universities uses simple analytical tools, not to talk about nuclear, NMR, or mass spectrometry, but small equipments like IR or UV. These small instruments also we have to borrow from foreign countries. So why I'm sometimes surprised, in spite of so expert professors, scientists, and IITs all over India, why an IR machine, which is so simple, good IR machine cannot be produced in India? India has a market. India has an established market because even if there is an industry established to produce IR machine, UV machine, even so that the market, India itself is a market. We don't have to export. So these things, I don't know why they are not coming up. So India must do all these things so that we don't have to depend on others. Then even in aviation industry, such a growing industry, we have to every time Airbus or helicopter we have to purchase from other countries. India is not doing much. Then even military equipments, many things has been developed. It's not good enough. Now today we have seen Ukraine, there is a war. they have to depend on other countries to defend themselves. So India is a big country, and if India has also many neighboring enemy countries, if they sometime attack us, then how we'll defend ourselves? Though India militarily quite strong, but for many guns, many weapons, we have to depend on foreign countries. So not only in wartime, but also normal time, we have a big population, such a high population, high educated class, high standard educational institutions, meritorious students. Still, I feel we are not Atmanirbhar. We are not self-dependent. We are still dependent on other countries. So I'll give the message to young generation that you learn to love the country, not for good salary or good money. We should go to foreign countries if necessary for education, for learning technology, all these things. Finally, but we must give into India, because India is our country. America, Japan, Germany may give us good salary, good money, and but still I will say that America or German, Japan, they cannot be our country. India is our country. So with that sense of feeling, attitude, I'll request our younger generation that please keep India in your heart. But at the same time, government also must do enough to keep our talents or to get our talents back to India. India must create scopes for young generation to work on the soil of India. Because if so many talents they have gone to abroad, if they are back in India, I think, I strongly believe India will bring more Nobel Prize than USA or any other foreign countries. But our talents are working in abroad, and they are also certainly being used. Actually, I feel there are many. I have many information. They are being used for their own developments. Only our students are working for them. So, friends, on today, the Science Day, on the occasion of National Science Day, my message to younger generation that please work all around for the all-round development of India in every field, starting from agriculture to household utilities, then educational equipments, instruments for all-round development. We are 135 crores people, and we can do everything. So please, friends, love your country. Work with a missionary zeal for the development of India, make India Atmanirbhar, and that is my request on this Science Day. And at the end, I pay my heartfelt tribute to Sir C.V. Raman for his work, and I think our younger generation will be inspired with them. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's our pleasure that you have delivered the lectures in absence of PPT, but it is more than PPT. The factful presentation and keeping the vision to develop this country, the research areas, the opportunities and challenges in the various sector, energy crisis. Without energy, nowhere in the world we can survive. So India is the good platform for green and sustainable energy to develop for various uses, and the talent from the Indian soil should not be used to develop the soil of world. It is appreciated, but if it has been developed in the mother soil, then it's really the great pride to be Indian on this occasion. Your vision will come true in the future, definitely, and you have spared very valuable time on this occasion. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. On behalf of Program Coordinator of this organizing ceremony of National Science Day 2020-22, I hope that Mane sir.
Yes, madam, I'm here.
So the time to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, madam. At the outset, I'm very much thankful to Professor and Dekha sir, Vice Chancellor of Mahavidyas University, Assam ji, for accepting a short time invitation and residing as a chair for this valedictory function. On behalf of this university, sir, we are very much thankful to you and your valuable guidance and address to us on the occasion of National Science Day. Our Dean of Science and Technology, Professor L.M. Wagmare sir, then the Director of School of Chemistry, Professor Devsarkar sir, the various directors of including Professor Shailesh Wadier, and last but the least, Dr. Sangeeta Makoni, who did a lot of efforts to organize this event. And it is during this pandemic time, it was really difficult to have the resources from neighboring cities also. But Dr. Sangeeta Makoni could able to catch and could able to invite the speakers from abroad also. Today's speakers, those who delivered the talks. So it was very difficult task to have the speakers on the board, but Dr. Sangeeta Makoni did it effectively. So I'm very much thankful to her, and on behalf of university, I would say congrats to her for organizing such a nice and wonderful program. So, but actually, the schedule was perfectly matched. Again, music was proper, well maintained. The themes were well introduced, and more or less, the actually audience who were from different areas, from different regions of this university, were joined and they listen all talks very continuously, without any issue. Though there were some little problems were there, but it was these problems were solved by Dr. Sangeeta Makoni. So at the last, I would say thanks to Makoni madam for organizing very nice event. Through us, we congratulate to you. And last but not the least, I am very much thankful to all audience, the system controller who took every effort to for making this program successful. One and all, I am very much thankful to all the speakers, at the same all guests and the audience on this virtual meeting. I look forward, Professor Dekha Saab, to visit our university. Our university has now been completely changed in terms of internal as well as external scenario, and definitely. Here in this year, we have international conference on chemistry. At the same time, January 13 January 2023, we have international conference on renewable energy. I request the Honorable Dekha Sahab to visit our university and please kindly grace us. So actually, on behalf of all, thank you very much for joining and making this program successful. Thank you very much. The session is over to Makoni madam.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to be at last but not least acknowledge the thanks for the overall program. This is the valedictory and today's one-day workshop is over, sir has mentioned and put forth the acknowledgement for this one-day workshop program. But throughout the 26th to 28th we are organizing. So this program has been sponsored by the Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission, Maharashtra Shasan Mumbai, as well as National Council for Science and Technology Communication, the NSCTC, so New Delhi. I acknowledge our thanks on behalf of School of Chemical Sciences as an organizing school and Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. Our patron, Chief Patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle sir, I acknowledge the thanks of honor to giving this opportunity to be PI or Program Coordinator to submit this proposal to the Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology on behalf of organizing school, that is School of Chemical Sciences. I am also thankful to the Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jogendra Singh Bisen sir, for giving continuous inspiration to arrange this program. The advisory members, Dean of Science and Technology, Professor L.M. Wagmare sir, and Professor Rajaram Mane sir, Director IIL of our university. So it's a greatness that giving the credit to the program coordinator, but to bottom of my heart, I acknowledge my thanks to both the advisor of this celebrating ceremony of National Science Day. Since from the beginning, Wagmare sir and Mane sir is with us to have to be a good resource person, and today's chief guest Naik sir has delivered very good lectures on this occasion for the development of Marathwada region, how science and technology can be developed to foster the development of this region in terms of the research innovations. So these great personalities are available because of advisory members. Even from Korea, we are able to put forth the presentations and research presented from the soil sons there. So thank you, sir, with us being the organizing school and program coordinator. I am also thankful to the all resource persons since from the lecture series, Professor Dr. Gattani sir, Professor T. Vijay Kumar sir, Professor Chauhan sir, Professor B.M. Naik sir, Professor Mane sir, who has delivered the lecture on nanotechnology. Then the Professor Dekka sir, of course, he has delivered the valedictory speech, and very important lecture that is related with the vaccine. Girish Swami, who is from Serum Industries, and how the vaccines are useful and developed. So all the resource person, if I forget the name, the climate is very important on this scenario in this today's pandemic situation. What is the importance of water? So Vijay Bhagat sir, Professor Vijay Bhagat sir, and all these resource persons, they delivered very good lectures. So I acknowledge the vote of thanks for their valuable guidance and presence and accepting our university's invitation throughout the journey of this celebration. Thank you one and all. I am also thankful to the director of School of Chemical Sciences giving me full freedom to organize this event to make it success and put forth the honest efforts as well as the faith on me to conduct this program. Thank you, sir. I am also thankful to Professor Davne sir. I am also thankful to all directors of the science school, Wader sir, Mahabole ma'am, Chauhan sir, and Kadam sir, Dr. Avinash Kadam sir, and their teacher, faculty members, as well as students and the resource persons from the campus. At last, very important part, every program is made success when the outcome is there. If you count the outcome of the program today, many more schools from Sonkhed, Hingoli, Parbhani and Nanded region, they have joined this program online, and they put forth the screens available, these lectures to their school going kids to inspire and foster the scientific temperament among these little champs who are the founder teachers who are putting the efforts, and these little kids who can think about their future in the proper direction, having this research attitude. So thank you those Kadam sir and those schools for participating with us. I am also thankful to all the participants and technical supports, Ashish Swami, as well as all faculty members being with me. In future also, I hope that these blessings and support will help us to arrange the great events like national and international conferences. Thank you one and all. On, be-
Thank you. Thank you very much.
on behalf of this organizing committee members, I declare that today's celebration program and one-day workshop is over.
Thank you,
Ashish,
sir.
you can end the meeting.
Please go visit in our university.
Thank you, sir.